Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
This is only for the real ones. Recently, somebody brought up the Chris Rock joke for Bring the Pain, I think it was. They said, you know, there's black people and then there's ninjas, and they was going at Chris Rock about it. They asked me what I thought about it. Because they were using it trying to say, well, Tim, this is what we're doing. You know, you're always defending black people, but Chris Rock was right. And I'm like, okay. You know, there's other Chris Rock jokes that you can use to like get a fuller view of racism in America, but I notice you don't. In this video, I'm going to break down one of those particular points that Chris Rock made that nobody really talks about. Stay tuned.
Next on deck with Tim Black.
Now, once upon a time, Chris Rock had a comedy special called Bring the Pain. And in that comedy special, he made comments about black Americans, and then there's ninjas. Almost every black conservative has used this at one point of time or another. Conservatives be like, yeah, that's the one. See, they said about themselves. Chris Rock's Bring the Pain was released in 1996. And people talk about it like it was yesterday. Basically, they treat this Chris Rock routine like they treat OJ. They bring it up every chance they get. And one of the things I noticed is a lot of cherry picking, man, with these conservatives who do this particular thing. Not all conservatives, but I do notice it, and I want to point this out. So when I ran across this clip, I said, you know what? Let's present a Chris Rock clip where he don't get enough credit.
Say this. You can't beat white people at anything. Never. But you can knock them out. Like if you have 6 and the white guy has 5, he wins. If you're black, you can't let it go to the judge's decision because you're going to lose no matter how bad you beat this man up. You know, Larry Holmes, Jerry Cooney is the perfect example of life. Larry Holmes beats the shit out of this guy for 11 rounds. He knocks him out in the 11th round. They had to stop the fight. The man is bloody.
Hardly see out of the left eye, and Holmes is working him over unmercifully now. And he might be setting up a finishing attack here. And he's gone. He doesn't want to go down. He almost went down. He refused to go down. Victor Valley, the trainer, is in the ring complaining because he thinks the referee has stopped it. And that's precisely what he has done. It's over.
He's been beaten the whole fight. They go to the judges' scorecards. Larry Holmes is losing the fight. If he didn't knock him out, he would have lost the title. And that is essentially the black experience. You're always black. There's always going to kind of be an overreaction one way or the other regarding your presence, be it good or bad. Just when you let Jackie Robinson in baseball, that doesn't mean it's equal. Baseball statistically isn't equal almost until the 70s. And you know, and why do I say the 70s? Because that's when you started to see bad black baseball players. The true true equality is the equality to suck like the white man. And that's really Martin Luther King's dream coming true, is guys sucking. I watch the Oscars. Okay, these are the people that made the good movies. What about the people that made the bad movies? That's most of the industry. I want to be like that. Not that I want to be bad, but I want the license to be bad and come back.
One of the things that I notice about our politics, man, and what I notice about our culture is that we tend to focus on, people will take you out of context and ride something for 30 years on your ass. Yeah, because it serves their interests. I mean, Chris Rock had a lot of quotables. They called out racism and bigotry. They called out discrimination. No one, they don't know those. They don't remember those. Only one they remember is that one, the one about blacks and ends. That's the only one they remember, because that's the only one that serves their purpose. Up to them, he only had one joke ever. You know, there are a lot of black conservatives that play that game too. And I get it. You're like, why should all the white guys have all the fun? Well, that doesn't let you off the hook for being a scumbag, though, does it? Yeah, Chris Rock, I'm not here to defend him. But what I'm saying is, he told one joke 30 years ago. And people have been using it for 30 years to hurt black people, to make excuses for why black people have been discriminated against for 300 and something years, or as long as we've been in this country. 400 years. They want to make it about something we did instead of about the system, about the way America's been built since we've been here. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to point out, man, I just want to point it out. I want you to recognize and just peep game. Peep game and how they do it. Peep game and how they flow. That one joke that Chris made, that one bit, is not all of his work, but it is all of his work that they want to share. Because once again, that's the bit they use against us. And you'll see a lot of things weaponized against us. And it'll make you hate, dislike, be pissed off, and want to come at the necks of whoever said whatever thing. But realize they were taken out of context. Realize there was more to it, right? Yeah, he said it. I wish he didn't say it. But it's hard to, at the time when he was a very young man, he probably didn't think, oh, they're going to use this for 30 years. Maybe he wouldn't have said it. That's the type of thing we got to think about. You got to think like this when you're doing media content. How is this going to be taken out of context? How will this be used in perpetuity against my people? These are things Jason Whitlock, Candace Owens don't think about. And if they do, that's even worse. You know what I'm saying? I guess I could say the same thing about the Democrats or the liberals who continuously lump all black people with all other types of people from all other types of countries that has nothing at all to do with us at all, except we aren't white. We aren't white. They come to America and are considered white. And still we get lumped with them. It makes no damn sense at all. And then they use our pain, our suffering, in order to help these other groups. And it's all the same thing. Using pieces of us to help either themselves or their talking points or someone else they want to help to get money or donors or votes or whatever. It's the same game. At this point, I got a feeling this isn't going to change anytime soon, but that doesn't mean we don't call it out for what it is. Because what it is dirty. What it is racism. It's anti-black. And we got to be smarter. So reason why I'm making this segment, I just want you to be aware of what they do. So when it's done, always take a beat before you go after the brother or sister who said the thing. And try to look at it in the context of Maybe they didn't know it was going to be weaponized that way. Once again, time after time, when I'm online, I got to hear people use that Chris Rock analogy. Here goes a perfectly good Chris Rock analogy they could use. The Larry Holmes analogy. Never used. Because it doesn't give them the outcome they want. All right, guys, let me know what you think in the comment section about this one. Chris Rock, not always wrong, sometimes very right. In fact, this is not even my favorite quote of his. My favorite quote is when he talked about his grandparents and how they had to go to the dog vet because they couldn't go to the dentist because white people wouldn't see black people back when his grandparents were coming out. So he had to go to the vet, the literal vet, for their dental work. And other stuff. There's other stories too. So yeah. I know it's times he mess up. I know it's times I've heard Chris sometimes goes too far. He gave, certain comedians a license like Louis C.K. to use the N-word as if he could don them that. Like he can bequeath them the N-word, which is goofy. Don't get it twisted. He live in a bubble. In a lot of ways, he's been living in a bubble for 30 years. But he's also had some gems. All right. Let's keep it moving, y'all. Let me know what y'all think in the comment section below. All right.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I'm on the road down in Savannah this morning, so I'm talking a little quieter than usual. This is actually one of the best descriptions of systemic racism I've ever heard. I will definitely have to use the Chris Rock stuff. It's the perfect example. So, I could elaborate on it, but I think I don't think I need to. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Also, please make sure if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please also subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. Don't know if I'll get to do any video essays or anything like that this week because I'm going to be on the road later heading back home. So maybe I'll get something done this weekend. Also, I'm still not sure if I'm going to do a show in the morning. More than likely I will, but that's still kind of up in the air. Wasn't actually going to do a show today, but you know what? I woke up around 2 o'clock and figured, well, might as well put something together. And it is Juneteenth. And one of the things I thought of when I woke up this morning was this show title, which it may be funny, may not be funny, but it made me laugh when I thought of it. So this show is dedicated to John Galt and Ock Nation and CT and all the anti-black blacks. Happy Juneteenth, y'all. So I've got one more video. Since I want to be boring and it is Juneteenth, figured we would give Heather Cox Richardson, the historian, a listen. Again, my favorite female historian, and she's an extremely good writer. And I'll remind everybody, last I checked, this historian makes more money on Substack than any other author. She makes like over $1 million a year just doing a daily history, kind of a history and politics brief. And she's actually living proof of, I often tell people that I tend to view American politics through a historical lens. And I think one of my inspirations for doing that is Heather Cox Richardson. She's extremely astute politically, and she does a really nice job of taking American history and kind of applying it to current events. I can't think of anyone better. So here's what she has to say about Juneteenth.
June 18th, 2025, Wednesday. By Heather Cox Richardson. Tomorrow is the federal holiday honoring Juneteenth, the celebration of the announcement in Texas on June 19th, 1865, that enslaved Americans were free. That announcement came as late as it did because, while General Robert E. Lee surrendered his Army of Northern Virginia to General Ulysses S. Grant of the U.S. Army on April 9th, 1865, it was not until June 2nd that General Edmund Kirby Smith surrendered the Trans-Mississippi Department, the last major army of the Confederacy, to the United States in Galveston, Texas. Smith then fled to Mexico. 17 days later, Major General Gordon Granger of the U.S. Army arrived to take charge of the soldiers stationed in Texas. On that day, June 19th, he issued General Order No. 3. It read, "The people of Texas are informed that, in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired labor." Granger's order referred to the Emancipation Proclamation of January 1st, 1863, which declared that Americans enslaved in states that were in rebellion against the United States shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free, and the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of such persons. Granger was informing the people of Galveston that, Texas having been in rebellion on January 1st, 1863, their world had changed. The federal government would see to it that, going forward, white people and black people would be equal. Black people in Galveston met the News Order No. 3 brought with celebrations in the streets, but emancipation was not a gift from white Americans. Black Americans had fought and died for the United States. They had worked as soldiers, as nurses, and as day laborers in the Union Army. Those who could had demonstrated their hatred of enslavement and the Confederacy by leaving their homes for the Northern lines, sometimes delivering valuable information or material to the Union, while those unable to leave had hidden wounded U.S. soldiers and helped them get back to Union lines. But white former Confederates in Texas were demoralized and angered by the changes in their circumstances. It looked like everything worth living for was gone, Texas Cattleman Charles Goodnight later recalled. In summer 1865, white legislators in the states of the former Confederacy grudgingly ratified the 13th Amendment, which abolished enslavement except as punishment for a crime. But they also passed laws to keep freed people subservient to their white neighbors. These laws, known as the Black Codes, varied by state, but they generally bound Black Americans to year-long contracts working in fields owned by white men, prohibited Black people from meeting in groups, owning guns or property, or testifying in court, outlawed interracial marriage, and permitted white men to buy out the jail terms of Black people convicted of a wide swath of petty crimes, and then to force those former prisoners into labor to pay off their debt. Congress refused to readmit the Southern states with the Black Codes in place, and in December 1865, Americans added the 13th Amendment to the Constitution. 6 months later, Texas freed people gathered on June 19, 1866, to celebrate the coming of their freedom with prayers, speeches, food, and socializing. By then, congressmen had turned to guaranteeing that states could not pass discriminatory laws against citizens who lived in them, laws like the Black Codes. In 1866, they wrote and passed the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Its first section established that all persons born or naturalized in the United States, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. It went on, "No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." That was the whole ball game, the one that would put teeth behind the principles in the Emancipation Proclamation. The federal government had declared that a state legislature, no matter who elected it or what voters called for, could not discriminate against any of its citizens or arbitrarily take away any of a citizen's rights. Then, like the 13th Amendment before it, the the 14th declared that Congress shall have the power to enforce, by appropriate legislation, the provisions of this article, strengthening the federal government. Rather than accept this new state of affairs, leading white Southerners decided they would rather remain under military rule. So in March 1867, Congress passed the Military Reconstruction Act, calling for Southern voters to elect delegates to new state constitutional conventions. And for the first time in U.S. history, they mandated that Black men could vote in those elections. 3 months later, the federal government, eager to explain to Black citizens their new voting rights, encouraged Juneteenth celebrations, and the tradition of Juneteenth began to spread to Black communities across the nation. The next year, the addition of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution remade the United States of America. In 1865, Juneteenth was a celebration of freedom and the war's end. In 1866, it was a celebration of the enshrinement of freedom in the U.S. Constitution after the 13th Amendment had been ratified. In 1867, Juneteenth was a celebration of the freedom of Black men to vote, the very real power of having a say in the government under which they lived. Celebrations of Juneteenth declined during the Jim Crow years of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, but as Black Americans from the South spread across the country during and after World War II, they brought Juneteenth with them. By the 1980s, Texas had established Juneteenth as a state holiday. Other states followed, and in 2021, thanks in part to pressure from activist Opal Lee, Congress made Juneteenth a federal holiday and President Joe Biden signed the measure into law. But throughout our history, those determined to preserve a government that discriminates between Americans according to race, gender, religion, ability, and so on, have embraced the idea that true democracy means reducing the power of the federal government and centering the power of the state governments, where voters, registered according to state laws, can choose the policies they prefer, even if they are discriminatory. They have also insisted, as former Confederates did in the late 1860s, that any laws protecting the equal rights of minorities discriminate against the white majority. In 2025, as the Trump administration echoes those people, celebrations of Juneteenth are being cut back or even canceled. Corporate sponsors and local governments, as well as the national government, are pulling back their support for festivals and Juneteenth events. Our history matters. Juneteenth is the celebration of a new nation, one that would honor the equality of all Americans, and one that, 160 years after it was established, we are in danger of losing as those in power set about rewriting the record. To make sure people can still get the real story of Juneteenth and why it matters, my team produced this short video. Wishing you all a meaningful Juneteenth.
Well, DiCapriono, believe this or not, in Oklahoma, there were 5 Indian nations: the Choctaws, Seminoles, Cherokee, and a couple others that I can't recall off the top of my head. They held slaves until the following year, 1620. So Juneteenth, the Indian nations were kind of independent. So they wound up negotiating. Basically, they exchanged their citizenship for freeing slaves and some other concessions. So yeah, they were still slaves. As a matter of fact, there were still slaves somewhere else on the East Coast, but I can't remember where. But so Juneteenth is celebrated, but no, slavery lasted. I guess technically it wasn't in the United States, but anyway, that little bit of history she didn't cover. There's a video I have on that, and I have to find it. But well, I'm not sure. I saved it somewhere, but can't remember where. Yep. So that's what I meant by nope. Juneteenth was almost there, but not quite. And let's see what's next. I'm going to force a little bit more history on you since it is Juneteenth. This is Jamel Bowie. He's a columnist for the New York Times, and kind of an amateur historian like myself. So he's got some interesting comments. I didn't listen to this video all the way through, but he's generally pretty good with his history and commentary.
Hey there, and welcome to another edition of Nerd Stuff, where I discuss more or less off the dome topics in American history that catch my eye and that I think demand a little more explanation than you usually get on social media. And that includes platforms like this one, YouTube. If you don't know me, my name's Jamel Bowie. I'm a columnist for the New York Times opinion section, and I've been covering American politics and American history for about 15 years now. So what are we discussing today? Nothing big, a small topic. We're going to be talking Jim Crow.
Wheel about and turn about and do just so. Every time I wheel about, I jump Jim Crow.
First, let's get some sources out of the way. I am indebted to generations of scholars who have studied Jim Crow. One of, I think, the best single volumes you can read even today is The Strange Career of Jim Crow. You can also read The Origins of the New South and The Populist Moment. There are also much more recent books like Equality and American Dilemma, The Rise and Fall of the Second American Republic, and By Hands Now Known. I'll list some others in the comments if you want to do more reading for yourself. Now, why discuss Jim Crow? The previous video in this Nerd Stuff series was on the party switch, the realignment of the Republican and Democratic parties, more or less over the course of the 20th century, driven in large part by the migration of Black Americans from the South to...
Yeah, I want to make a quick comment directed at 12th Man. You might want to go back and watch that video on the party realignment. It happened actually 2 or 3 times, and I argue it might be happening again in the next few years. The main reason I mention you, 12th Man, is so you can stop spouting that bullshit about Democrats and Jim Crow. Those Democrats are not quite the same as these Democrats. So your argument holds zero water with anybody who knows anything about American history.
to the north following the First World War and the Second World War. That raises an obvious question: why are Black people leaving the South in huge numbers, such that by the late part of the 20th century, more Black Americans live outside of the South than live within the South? So why were they leaving? And the answer is they were leaving Jim Crow. And what was Jim Crow? If you are an American watching this and you had a standard social studies or history class in high school, you may think of Jim Crow as more or less simply being separate institutions, separate bathrooms, separate water fountains, various kinds of public disrespect. And those certainly were the symbols of Jim Crow, symbols of outward public disrespect. But that's not what the system was. Jim Crow, the system, was something we would recognize today and describe as today as authoritarian. And specifically, it was an authoritarian system of labor control and political control. The Jim Crow states sharply limited political participation by large parts of their population, most of them Black, but not a small number of them white as well. And the Jim Crow states themselves were largely vehicles for the interest of powerful owners of capital and property, landowners, factory owners, people who had a vested interest in direct control of labor. The social separation, the extreme and atavistic violence, the theft, the plunder, all of these things were downstream of this effort to control political behavior and control labor. They were the mechanisms of that control, the way to keep people in line or keep them bought into the system if they were on the white side of the color line. But in the same way that the point of the plantation system under slavery wasn't to produce white supremacy, it was to produce cotton, white supremacy being a byproduct of this drive to produce a particular commodity. The violence of Jim Crow had a purpose, and the purpose was to control labor and the larger political world. Which means that when we're thinking about the origins of Jim Crow, we have to look for a moment where control over labor and control over politics were still intensely contested, but it was uncertain how things would shake out in the South. And so for that, our story begins in the 1870s, not with the Compromise of 1877, generally thought to be the end of Reconstruction, but with the economic crisis, the Panic of 1873, which really did put a nail in most of the more radical efforts to reconstruct the South, well before the Compromise of 1877. The Panic of 1873, akin to a Great Depression, wiped out the Republican Party in the federal government and gave Democrats, many of whom were still quite sympathetic to the former Confederacy, especially in the South, the foothold in Congress and in the states necessary to begin rolling back as much of the Republican Party program as possible. This meant the campaign of redemption, redeeming the southern states from the supposed indignity of Black rule, of Black political equality. Beginning in 1874, Republican-led Black governments in Louisiana and Mississippi and South Carolina and Virginia start falling to Redeemer coalitions. So that by 1876, that presidential election, Reconstruction is mostly effectively dead throughout most of the South, although it survives a little longer in some places more than others. But here's the thing. Jim Crow does not immediately follow Reconstruction. In fact, a whole lot follows Reconstruction. Part of why I think this video is necessary is that there is a blank spot in our historical memory about the years between Reconstruction and the beginning of the 20th century. It's filled in history textbooks with the Gilded Age, but in the South and really throughout the country, there's a lot happening that helps explain how we get from the end of Reconstruction, where there is not formal segregation by law, where there is still Black political participation in large parts of the South, where there is even still the remnants of biracial political coalitions between Black and white Americans, to the beginning of the 20th century, when those things are mostly gone, when the horizons of politics in the South have narrowed considerably. And so back to the Panic of 1873. This was a devastating economic crisis and didn't simply resolve itself. It began a cycle of smaller economic crises, recurring recessions that put tremendous pressure on the economy of the United States, specifically on the agricultural sectors. Farmers were under tremendous debt. They could not make enough money from farming to pay off the debt they went into to plant and harvest in the first place. What you see beginning to happen in the late 1870s and through the 1880s are the bubbling up of political movements dedicated to offering farmers relief from debt, movements dedicated to inflating the value of the currency so that farmers could pay off their debt, and even movements devoted to fundamentally reconfiguring the notion of what a national economy was, who had control over that economy in the interest of protecting the agrarian peoples of the United States and the growing number of industrial laborers. So in the 1880s, we get the Greenback Party, and more critically, we get the Farmers Alliance, a set of cooperatives and political movements dedicated to advancing the interest of farmers. And this is where we get the populist movement. It's a direct response to the economic deprivation of the 1870s and the 1880s. Members of the Farmers Alliance travel throughout the country, and specifically through the agricultural regions of the country, through the Midwest and the South, pushing for political mobilization in the interest of farmers, in the interest of debt relief. And this political movement begins to gain real steam. It begins to make a real impact on politics of these regions. Debtors are beginning to organize for themselves against their creditors. And who were their creditors? In the South, their creditors weren't the owners of the old plantations. They had lost most of their wealth, but their children and grandchildren who had become merchants, who owned some land, who began building factories, and who were in a project of trying to rebuild their wealth. Part of rebuilding the wealth meant seizing control over the labor supply. Slavery was control of the labor supply. And part of what happens during Reconstruction, thanks to the free labor ideology of the Republican Party at the time, is Black Americans in the South, and many white Americans too, trying to seize control of their own labor for their own sake. The merchant landowners of the New South found this intolerable, and as part of Redeemer coalitions, did everything in their power to try to put a clamp on freedom of movement for Black Americans The sharecropping system that emerges in the South during this period is very much part of an effort to restrict the liberty of Black Americans as they are trying to control their own labor. The Farmers Alliances, and soon the Colored Farmers Alliance, one focused specifically on Black farmers, complicates this. The Farmers Alliances are threatening the ability of these merchant landowners to control the labor and control the land for that matter. And these alliances of farmers are creating political wins, are contesting the control of the redeemers in the states where these alliances of farmers are gaining traction. In Virginia in 1884, the Readjuster movement, a biracial alliance of white and Black farmers aiming for debt relief and greater funding for public education, wins power in Virginia, undermining control by the Redeemer coalitions in the Democratic Party. In North Carolina, a fusion movement of Black Republicans and white populists makes headway in the 1890s, winning statewide elections and winning control of important offices. Populists are contesting Democratic control in Georgia, South Carolina, and other states of the former Confederacy. They aren't always winning, but they are putting up a very strong fight against the merchant landowners called the Bourbon Democrats, who had established a hold on the politics of much of the region. And while it's far too much to say that these agrarian alliances, that these agrarian movements were racially egalitarian in any way, there was a recognition that Black Americans who made up large parts of the population in many of these states could provide votes and assistance. They could help the populace contest the control of these southern states by the merchant landowners. Now let's zoom out a little bit and look at the overall social context of the South in this moment. In the late 1870s and the 1880s, and even much of the early 1890s, there isn't formal racial segregation, meaning this isn't by law, but it is informal. Blacks stay in one places, whites in another. And beginning in the 1880s and 1890s, there is the campaign of lynchings against Black Americans. Terrible, violent acts of racial terrorism meant to scare communities into submission, often led by leading members of the community. If we zoom out even more to the entire country, we'll see that there is a reaction to, a backlash against, opposition to the populist movement. And there is an even larger effort to restrict political participation. There's an influx of immigrants in the North, an influx of Chinese Americans in the West. Throughout the country, different classes of people, different kinds of people are making a bid for opening up the political system, making a bid for inclusion in that system. And those who are at the top, who already hold power, are very invested in protecting their status. And so up north, we begin to get suffrage restrictions. In the West, we get Chinese exclusion. One thing I think it's important to note is that Chinese exclusion wasn't simply a project of economic and political elites. It was supported very much by the nascent labor movement. And when discussing these events, it's actually very critical to recognize the ways that the white working class understood itself as primarily white and advance its racial interests as well as its class ones. But that's kind of a separate discussion, and I wanted to add that in here as a parenthetical. And in the South, political and economic elites struggling against populism in this prospect of biracial coalitions are looking for ways to tamp down on their political opposition and prevent it from taking shape again, excluding as many people as possible from the mix. This is probably a larger argument to make, or a different argument to make. But you can think of what comes next as being within the lineage of the kind of progressive movements that take shape in the beginning of the 20th century. Efforts at cleaning and cleansing electorates and bringing and making political life more rational and more stable. You see, these Southern elites are also interested in attracting more investment capital to their regions. Populism threatens this, but so too does wild and atavistic mob violence. These elites want to solidify their control on both ends. We get our first glimpse of what this looks like in 1890 in Mississippi, where lawmakers revised their constitution. And this new constitution, the Mississippi Constitution of 1890, is, for all intents and purposes, the first Jim Crow constitution, in that it creates strong suffrage restrictions. It drastically reduces the number of people who can participate in the political process, writing most blacks out, but also a significant portion of whites. And it begins to codify legal segregation, formally separating blacks from whites within the state. It's interesting, concurrent with this in Washington, D.C. is the last effort to pass a federal voting rights bill, called the Force Bill by its opponents, that would have nationalized voter registration in the South to prevent elites from blocking the ability of Black Americans to register to vote. It fails thanks to a Senate filibuster, and the Mississippi Constitution goes through. And that Constitution ends up becoming a model for other elites in other states seeking to do this seeking to run this dual game of clamping down on their white populist political opposition and preventing blacks from becoming a meaningful political force in the states again. And so as the 1890s progresses, you see the introduction of either new constitutions or formal segregation through the South. Infamously in Louisiana, whose laws segregating trains and streetcars comes before the Supreme Court in Plessy v. Ferguson in 1897. And it's in Plessy v. Ferguson the Supreme Court gives its blessing to this segregation, says that the Constitution has no bearing on arrangements of social equality or inequality, and that as long as things are basically equal between the races, that legal separation is perfectly fine, that the Constitution isn't in the business of saying that there are not racial hierarchies.
The object of the 14th Amendment was undoubtedly to enforce the absolute equality of the two races before the law. But in the nature of things, it could have not been intended to abolish distinctions based upon color, or to enforce social as distinguished from political equality, or commingling of the two races upon terms unsatisfactory.
Yeah, I want to make a point on what Jamel just said. People who want, like Clarence Thomas, as a matter of fact, who want to say that the Constitution was colorblind, number one, I don't think on the face of it that's correct. The whole fugitive slave clause, the persons of service, that sort of thing. But the Plessy versus Ferguson point, people at the time were not interpreting the Constitution as colorblind. I think that Plessy versus Ferguson read the Constitution exactly how it was intended to be read. Now that, people like Clarence Thomas want to take a presentist point of view of the Constitution, saying the founders meant for it to be colorblind, that doesn't pass the smell test.
To either.
As a parenthetical, this, among other things, is a terrible ruling and awful legal reasoning and directly contradicting the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, but that's what Plessy said. And the court would issue other rulings in subsequent years, allowing for things like states and municipalities collecting taxes from their Black residents, but not spending those tax dollars on infrastructure, schools, roads, hospitals for those Black residents, essentially allowing a kind of state-sanctioned plunder. By the first years of the 20th century, most southern states had adopted new constitutions that institutionalized racial separation, segregation, and the unequal distribution of resources. In my own state of Virginia, its 1902 Constitution does this, with one of its architects, a man named Carter Glass, stating that the purpose of this Constitution is to remove the, quote, Negro from political life forever. That's a rough paraphrase. I'll put the actual quote up here. The thing about shutting Black Americans and most white Americans out of political life meant that you also were able to restrict them in their economic lives as well. They could not protest economic disenfranchisement and exploitation through politics. And so what you see as well, in addition to plummeting voter registration rates, plummeting rates of political participation, a closed-off political life in these states, is the rise of intensely exploitative enterprises. In Alabama, that's steel. In North Carolina, that's textiles. In much of the South, it's still agriculture. Whatever it is, it's vicious economic exploitation by these merchant landowner elites and their political allies. And with this vicious economic exploitation comes profound disinvestment in the region. Capital might flow to particular projects for particular people, but there isn't investment happening in the communities. The South is left incredibly poor, a closed off and even somewhat isolated region of the United States. And although there are occasional politicians here and there throughout the rest of the country who might take an interest in doing something about this, by closing Black Americans out of politics, Southern elites did something quite ingenious. Because although Black Americans could not vote and could not participate, they still counted for representation. In an echo of the Three-Fifths Compromise, Jim Crow elites got even more political power thanks to being able to count Black Americans for representation purposes, but never having to respond to them in politics. And because of the internal arrangements of the Democratic Party, in which presidential nominations require 2/3 support of the conventions, Southerners also had essentially a lock on the Democratic Party, being as they were the largest single bloc that could determine who got a nomination, who held the center of gravity within the party. And because of their lock on political power in their own states, they were also the most likely to be able to have control of committee assignments in the House and the Senate, giving them even more authority. They could steer federal funds through their states and districts, deny them to large parts of the population, and then block any attempts at federal intervention. Hence the incredible difficulty and basically impossibility of passing a federal lynching law, or the ways in which Southern lawmakers shaped how the New Deal was implemented in the South by doing as much as they could to exclude agricultural and domestic workers, many of whom in the region were Black American. This was Jim Crow. This is what it was. An authoritarian system of labor control, a system of white supremacy where all whites were not supreme. Most whites, in fact, were not well off under this system. But the social separation, the distribution of some resources to these communities, created the illusion of superiority, inculcated the sense that they had something to gain from the continuation of this social order. And then there was the violence. Lynchings were just the most dramatic example of the kind of violence that was visited on Black Americans throughout the Jim Crow period. Beatings, harassment, sexual assault. These things were part of life under Jim Crow. So to recap, Jim Crow, a system of labor control that emerges in response to agrarian and populist uprisings of the 1880s and 1890s that seeks to put a definitive clamp down on the political activity of Blacks and many whites for the sake of controlling their labor, controlling their ability to choose where and how they work. And supported, on the one hand, by the carrot of, as Du Bois put it, a psychological wage, and by the stick of horrendous violence against those, specifically Black Americans, who might resist. And so why was there this great migration as soon as industrial production began to explode during the First World War? It was because this arrangement sucked. This was a terrible way to live. And the one thing that Jim Crow states could not do is control their borders. They were still part of the United States. And if you could get out, you could get out. You could escape. And that was really the question. Were you going to try to escape or live as isolated as you could? The movie Sinners speaks to both options. The Smokestack twins escape to Chicago because of the First World War. They join up and they return to Mississippi in a somewhat isolated location in an attempt to find a life there. And that is very truthful to the actual situation of Black Americans in the South. Now, the irony of all of this is that Jim Crow would fall because it was pushing Black Americans out. And this is where our party switch conversation comes in. That the migration of Black Americans to the North turned them once again into a political force that could influence the politics of one of the two major parties, this time the Democratic Party. The same Democratic Party whose Southern wing was the instrument of this system of oppression, its northern wing was somewhat separated by it. And once its northern wing begins representing large numbers of Black Americans, there emerges within the Northern Democratic Party politicians who see both electoral interest in trying to do something about Jim Crow, but also feel a moral obligation because through all of this, Black Americans are still organizing politically to try to make their case to the nation, to say that this is unacceptable, that this must end, that this kind of unfreedom makes a mockery of American ideals. It's not an accident that the modern civil rights movement gets started in the wake of the Second World War, because it's the Second World War that does a couple things. It brings many Black Americans out of the South into the North or to abroad, gives them wartime service. It puts in stark relief the importance of pushing against virulent forms of racism that brought the world to the brink of catastrophe. It gave many Black Americans new training and skills in leadership that they would bring home to their communities. And it began to show white Americans as well the importance of standing up against this kind of racism and oppression. Every system contains contradictions. Every system contains the seeds of its own demise. In Jim Crow, in the virulence of its racism, in the atavism of its violence, in the harsh restrictions it imposed on people, produced the dynamics and the personalities that would lead to its destruction. But the new thing always contains elements of the old. The Jim Crow system, a synthesis of antebellum slavocracy and Reconstruction possibility, gave way to a new kind of political order, one that repudiated the explicit racism of Jim Crow and the violence, but still contained some of the seeds of economic exploitation and domination and control of labor. And I would argue that it's that legacy of Jim Crow, of political and economic elites seeking to clamp down on democracy for the sake of their own pockets, for the sake of capital, that imperils us today.
Yeah, I think he does a nice job of, much like Heather Cox does a really good.
It is art.
Does a excellent job of taking the past and applying it to today, and I wholeheartedly agree. Essentially, MAGA is a lot like, the political leadership of the Jim Crow South. So, think about it. So we're going to move on to news now. And I'll go ahead and, with reluctance, drop the link. I'll just drop it this way. Okay, anybody who wants to join can. So we're going to, like I said, move right into news here. Let me get this screen right. There we go. All right. Trump privately approved attack plans for Iran pending final order, Wall Street Journal reports. So those of us who like the Wall Street Journal, this is some breaking news from them. The bullet points are: President Trump has authorized military plans targeting Iran, but is yet to issue the final command, choosing to delay action to observe whether Iran will increase its nuclear development. This development follows a week-long conflict marked by Israeli airstrikes targeting Tehran and Iranian missile attacks, including hypersonic missiles fired at Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu announced progress towards eliminating threats from Iran's nuclear sites and ballistic missiles, while the U.S. Pentagon stated readiness to execute any order from Trump. Trump told reporters, "I may do it, I may not do it," regarding U.S. involvement, while Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei vowed no surrender and warned any U.S. military intervention would be costly. The conflict has caused hundreds of deaths on both sides and led to evacuation orders for American citizens amid continuing missile exchanges and heightened regional tensions. And let's have a look at this Wall Street Journal article here. Yeah, he does. He's he is I think he's first generation, but I'm not sure where. He went to University of Georgia, Bobby. So this Wall Street article, and I don't have access to the Wall Street Journal anymore. I need to figure out a cheap way to do it. But let's see here. This article reads: President Trump told senior aides late Tuesday that he approved of attack plans for Iran, but was holding off to see if Tehran would abandon its nuclear program. People familiar with the deliberations said Iran's well-defended Fordow enrichment facility is a possible U.S. target. It is buried under a mountain and generally considered by military experts to be out of reach, but all of the most powerful bombs. Asked if he had decided whether to strike at Iran's nuclear facilities, Trump said, "I may do it, I may not do it." And he repeated his insistence of Iran's unconditional surrender. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week. Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei earlier said his country wouldn't surrender and warned any U.S. military intervention would bring irreparable consequences. Ooh. Israel and Iran have continued to exchange fire. An Israeli hospital in Beersheba was hit by a missile from Iran as part of a broader attack. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the strikes on the hospital and at the civilian population the work of Iran's terrorist tyrants. The U.S. military has built up forces in the Middle East in recent days. A third U.S. Navy destroyer entered the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, and a second U.S. carrier strike group is heading towards the Arabian Sea. While the Pentagon and the military buildup is purely defensive, it better positions the U.S. should Trump decide to join Israeli attacks on Iran. It could also be a tactic to pressure Iran to capitulate or make concessions. And then it goes into what they know, some details. And I don't have access to all of that. I hesitated about the third U.S. destroyer entering the Med. I think they meant carrier. I think there was a third carrier that went there. I don't know. I mean, there are always destroyers in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I think that's what they meant also, Stanley. Like, they're moving in all right, I think.
Good morning.
Good morning, Stanley.
So let's go ahead and continue on. We're going to stay on this Iran, Israel stuff for a little bit longer. It says here, with ally Iran under attack, Hezbollah stays out of the fray for now, which is a good thing.
You're listening to a news story written by Mohammed El Chama, Suzanne Haidamus, and Karim Fahim, and read by an AI-generated voice. Beirut, Hezbollah is holding its fire during Iran's conflict with Israel as it faces domestic pressure not to drag a fragile Lebanon into war, and bets the violence does not yet threaten the survival of its longtime patron, diplomats and people close to the group said. The Iranian-backed group's quiescence is also a practical matter. Its cadres and weapons stocks were badly battered during a war with Israel last year that killed many of Hezbollah's senior commanders, including its longtime leader, Hassan Nasrallah. Hezbollah, long considered the most powerful non-state actor in the world, was the linchpin of the Iranian-allied Axis of Resistance, or its regional proxy forces, and a deterrent against any Israeli attack on Iran. The group's current stance has been met with relief by war-weary in Lebanon, as well as a new government that is trying to rebuild the country while bringing Hezbollah's arms under the control of the state. But there is still a possibility it could change its position if Iran's regime starts to wobble. Officials and people close to
Stanley, could you pause it?
Down was positive for Lebanon's stability, but there were concerns that the group might still have a threshold for taking action, said a diplomat in Lebanon.
Yes, 12th man.
I was wondering, you know anything about Hezbollah, like in your own dealing with your overshore activity?
I have no idea what you're asking. I have no idea what you're asking.
Well, you never had to deal with Hezbollah, right?
No.
And any of your native not native, but military academy. Okay, my bad.
Okay.
I mean to bother you,
Lebanon, who spoke on
Stanley.
the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the topic. Qasim Qasir, a political analyst close to Hezbollah, said the group felt no urgent need to engage on Iran's behalf at the moment, but said that could change if the conflict escalates. Everything is on the table, Qasir said. Nothing is off limits. In statements since Israel attacked Iran last week, Hezbollah has praised its allies' steadfastness and warned that Israel will be punished, but it stopped short of vowing to intervene. Its decision to hold fire was in sharp contrast to its quick response after its ally Hamas attacked Israel on October 7, 2023. The following day, Hezbollah began firing missiles into northern Israel in solidarity with the Palestinian militant group. In a statement Friday, Naim Qassem, Hezbollah's leader, said Israel's aggression will have major repercussions on regional stability and will not pass without a response and punishment. Hezbollah will hold firmly to our path in resistance and support Iran in all steps and measures it takes in defense of itself, he said. Lebanon has struggled to recover from the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah last year, which intensified in September and ended with a shaky ceasefire in late November. The conflict, including Israeli strikes that devastated villages in the south and swaths of Beirut's southern suburbs, cost the country an estimated $14 billion in physical damage and economic losses, according to the World Bank. Recovery and reconstruction will cost an additional $11 billion, according to estimates. Inflation that took hold during a long economic crisis that predated the fighting continues to grip the country. Hopes for a robust tourist season have so far been dashed, both by continuing Israeli strikes in Lebanon and now the escalating crisis in Iran. In viral videos posted by Lebanese citizens, Iran's ballistic missiles can be seen soaring over the country, sometimes during outdoor parties, in a country trying to regain its balance. In one of the videos, Alain Otayak, a saxophone player, is shown soloing at a rooftop bar outside Beirut as patrons capture the missiles on their phones. I saw people pull their phones out, and I looked up and saw the missiles. I felt I needed to continue playing so I can give the people some peace, he said. Everyone is worried it will happen again. We thought last year would be the last time we had war and that this summer would be great. Lebanon's new technocratic government, led by Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, a former president of the International Court of Justice, has struggled to attract investment or major pledges of aid from Lebanon's wealthy Persian Gulf neighbors. Salam, speaking after a cabinet meeting Monday, condemned the dangerous Israeli aggression against Iran. But at home, there was a need to continue working to consolidate stability, particularly in the south, and to prevent Lebanon from being dragged or implicated in any way in the ongoing regional war, he said. A Lebanese official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss private conversations said that Hezbollah, along with Palestinian factions in Lebanon, were given a message that Lebanon is not a participant in the Iran-Israel conflict and that no attacks should be carried out from its territory. The response was positive, and assurances were given against any intervention, the official said. There were concerns regarding Hezbollah's actual capacity for confrontation, the official added, saying it still possessed stocks of missiles, but would struggle to launch them, given Israel's constant aerial surveillance. The Israelis were prepared to target any weapon depots in movement at any second, the official said. Hezbollah was also trying to recover after its last battle. Its expenditures were increasing from providing financial aid to supporters affected by the last war, while sources of revenue were under strain. The new government had tried to curtail money the group received through Beirut's airport, and smuggling routes through Syria had become more inaccessible after the toppling of Bashar al-Assad, Hezbollah's deposed ally. We believe Hezbollah needs to continue holding its breath and not interfering, no matter how bad the escalation is going to be, said Ghassan Skaf, an independent member of parliament, who released a statement praising Hezbollah after meeting with Lebanon's president Wednesday. The group was weak now, and they don't want to initiate any action that would make them unpopular in Lebanon, he said. In the group's current state, military intervention would be ineffective and everybody's going to be upset with them, and they can destroy the country. So it's a lose-lose situation, Skaf said. But if the confrontation between Israel and Iran turned into a regional war, this could be a different situation, he said. During Hezbollah's last war with Israel, there had been grumbling among some of the Lebanese group's supporters that Iran had not been proactive enough in coming to Hezbollah's aid complaints that started to circulate after the killing of Nasrallah in a massive Israeli strike. Qasser, the analyst, said such complaints had no bearing on Hezbollah's current position. For decades, Tehran has provided Hezbollah with military, financial, and expert support, but cannot fight on their behalf, he said. Hezbollah will never abandon Iran. Fahim reported from Istanbul.
Yeah, well, their masters, Iran, or they're a tad busy right now. So that is good news. Hezbollah has its own problems. So this next story is from the Washington Examiner via MSN, is its news aggregator, and it's talking about John Bolton. Trump conflicted over Israel-Iran conflict because he's not.
John Bolton, come
okay,
on.
I need you to let me finish reading this story.
John Bolton ain't shit.
So let's listen to this. Let's listen to this story from Washington.
Exclusive. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton said he believes President Donald Trump is conflicted over whether to involve the United States in Israel's operations targeting Iran's nuclear infrastructure. The U.S. military has increased its presence in the Middle East, giving the president more options should he decide to participate in offensive operations against Tehran. To date, the U.S. has only aided Israel in intercepting Iranian-fired projectiles headed for the Jewish state. I may do it, Trump told reporters on Wednesday. I may not do it. The president called for Iran's unconditional surrender on Tuesday, though Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the Iranian supreme leader, said in response that any U.S. intervention would be met with irreparable damage. Israel is hoping for the U.S. to get involved in attacking Iran's nuclear infrastructure because the U.S. has a bunker-busting bomb that is more powerful than anything in Israel's arsenal. It is unclear whether even the U.S.'s massive ordnance penetrator would destroy Iran's Fordow facility, which is deeply embedded in a mountain. I think Trump is very conflicted, Bolton told the Washington Examiner. He's not the star of the show, and he doesn't like that. People sometimes don't appreciate how much he wants a Nobel Peace Prize. He's not going to get it for solving the Russian-Ukraine war. He tried with India and Pakistan. He's now failed in reaching an agreement with Iran. So his alternative is, if he can't win the Nobel Peace Prize, he's considering giving bunker busters to Israel. But he doesn't want to be left on the sidelines if Israel wins this war, Bolton added. I just honestly think, at this point, Trump himself, he's just wrestling with the dilemma. He doesn't want to be in this place. He wants to be the center of attention, sort of automatically, and that's not the way this is working out. The president has warned for years that Iran could not obtain a nuclear weapon, though there have been disputes as to whether it was actively pursuing one. The Trump administration pursued negotiations with Tehran, though little progress was made in the 60-day time period the president set. Israel launched its opening salvo against Iran one day after that deadline passed. Bolton served as Trump's national security advisor during his first term, though the two have had a public falling out since then. The former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is known to be an Iran hawk. There is a divide among the president's base over whether the U.S. should involve itself in another conflict in the Middle East. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu outlined his goals for the war against Iran earlier this week, saying Israel's three main objectives are the elimination of the nuclear program, the elimination of ballistic missile production capability, and the elimination of the axis of terrorism, referring to Iranian-backed militant groups in the Middle East. Israel looks to U.S. to hit Iran's Fordow nuclear facility. He did not specifically identify regime change, the overthrowing of the Iranian government, as one of those goals, though there have been hints from both Netanyahu and Trump that assassinating Khamenei could be on the table. This problem never really will be solved until the regime of the Ayatollahs is overturned, Bolton explained, adding, I think he is still allergic to the idea of regime change.
Well, obviously, regime change would definitely destabilize the Middle East. So, somebody else made the comment besides me that this feels strangely like 2003 when Bush was kind of going back and forth about whether the Iraq invasion would happen. So this is I remember at the time I was working in outside, in Charlotte, North Carolina, and every evening, right after work, I'd hurry back to the hotel and switch on CNN. So this is I'm definitely waiting with bated breath here. So let's see what's going on in this chat. You are not a tether, you are an investment. Why you think Tiffany Haddish is white on paper thanks to her half Eritrean side? Is Eritrean full of white people? I had no idea. We getting your reparation. I have free health care and education in Israel. Well, tell you what. So the Jews are giving you welfare, huh? That's a good deal. Wish they do it here. So let's go ahead and I want to move on to. I want to move on. I want to move on to. Yeah, what is it, 12 man?
Well, I was thinking that if we could deliver the bomb to like the bunker buster, if we could deliver it and then let them drop it on Iran, I think might be a better way to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let's go ahead and move on to. I'm going to skip ahead because I want to. There's a video I want to show that's going to cover the potential war and has some comments about immigration. Yesterday or overnight or something, the State Department, Marco Rubio, restarts student visa interviews with tougher social media rules. This is very interesting.
You're listening to State Restart student visa interviews with tougher social media rules. A news story written by Hannah Nathanson, Adam Taylor, and Justine McDaniel, and read by an AI-generated voice. The State Department is restarting interviews for student visas and installing stricter social media guidelines, including a requirement that all applicants have their accounts set to public to be scrutinized for hostility toward the United States, according to a State Department cable sent to embassies and consulates Wednesday and obtained by the Washington Post. The move comes after foreign students' visa appointments were suspended last month, in what U.S. officials described as part of a campaign against universities that allegedly fostered anti-Semitism and other national security concerns. The Trump administration also singled out Harvard University for additional screening for visas last month, describing it as a pilot program for wider measures. The new vetting procedures will apply to all foreign nationals who apply for F visas, which are primarily for academic students, as well as M visas for vocational students and J visas that are designed for educational and cultural exchanges. It will apply to all student visas, regardless of the institution of study. Education advocates said they are concerned that the new vetting procedures will send an unwelcoming message to potential international students in the United States. Some worried the measures could mean not just vetting on social media grounds, but also a political litmus test for applicants. I hope it will not discourage international students from coming here to the United States, but also that it won't be applied in a way that we're going to see an enormous uptick in denials, said Sarah Spreitzer,
Chief of Staff for Government Relations at the American Council on Education. The cable, signed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, said that the vetting will require reviews of applicants' online presence and that the new procedures will take effect in 5 business days. As staff members examine students' profiles, the cable instructed, they must look to identify applicants who bear hostile attitudes toward our citizens, culture, government, institutions, or founding principles, who advocate for, aid, or support designated foreign terrorists and other threats to U.S. national security, or who perpetrate unlawful anti-Semitic harassment or violence. Stuart Anderson, Executive Director of the National Foundation for American Policy, a nonpartisan think tank, said it remained unclear how broadly or narrowly the rules would be interpreted. "I don't think any American would want to be judged by their worst tweet," Anderson said. While a narrower interpretation of the new guidelines may be less problematic, a broader one could result in the government denying visas to students who deserve them, Anderson added. Regardless, the policy represents a shift in how the U.S. views visa applications, he said. Historically, we've not been critiquing people's views before they come here, he said. The State Department said in a written statement that U.S. citizens expect their government to make their country safer, particularly when it relates to the visa system. Secretary Rubio is helping to make America and its universities safer while bringing the State Department into the 21st century, the State Department said. As justification for the expanded vetting, the cable cited 2 executive orders from President Donald Trump, one focused on preventing hostile foreign actors from entering the country and one intended to combat anti-Semitism. The cable also said it is important to protect American institutions of higher education from those who would steal technical information, exploit U.S. research and development, and spread false information for political or other reasons. Installing the new procedure for applicants to all U.S. colleges and universities will place a serious burden on consulates, according to the cable and several State Department employees, who spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retribution. One State Department official noted that the agency issued 446,000 student visas in 2023. If everyone has to now have their social media scrubbed for derogatory information, officers do not have that time. The cable acknowledged the potentially heavy demands being made on staff members' time. Consular staff members should consider overall scheduling volume and the resource demands of appropriate vetting, the cable said. They might need to schedule fewer student and exchange visa cases than they did previously, it added. The cable suggested that State Department officials should request that applicants make public and accessible all portions of their social media accounts and should penalize them if they refuse. If portions of accounts remain set to private or otherwise limited, you should treat the case as any other, where an applicant fails to provide certain information on request, the cable stated. It added in a bolded sentence, "You must consider whether such failure reflects evasiveness or otherwise calls into question the applicant's credibility." The new social media vetting guidelines will affect not only new applicants but also those whose cases are currently in progress, according to the cable. That includes applicants who have not yet been interviewed and those whose interviews have been waived. It also includes applicants who have already been interviewed and are otherwise approvable but have not yet been finalized as approved. In all of those cases, consular officers should request that applicants make their social media accounts public, then conduct the vetting described in this cable, the cable said. It directed the officers to refuse the case or, if needed, call the applicant back for a follow-up interview if potentially derogatory information is found. Jill Allen Murray, Deputy Executive Director for Public Policy at NAFSA, Association of International Educators, expressed relief that the visa interviews will restart, but said the weeks-long pause hurt international students and college communities that rely on their presence. She noted that international students and scholars are already among the most tracked visitors to the United States. At this critical time of year, the administration should move quickly to both expedite and effectively screen international students and scholars, allowing them to contribute to U.S. communities and their local economies, she said.
Get ready, South Georgia. Woody Folsom Nissan of Baxley is changing the game.
Woody has Nissans?
Yes, and we're bringing you the best Nissan has to offer with a lifetime.
Oh my Lord. I may get rid of the Washington Post if they keep these commercials up. I'm curious to know if anybody's going to sue talking about First Amendment rights. I don't think the First Amendment's going to. Well, I don't. I'm. If this makes it all the way up to the Supreme Court, and I doubt that it even would, there's no way the Supreme Court is going to not support this move. You can't give them First Amendment rights if they're not here. And the other thing is, um, you basically, the security demands. If the State Department determines that a visa applicant is hostile in any way towards the U.S., security is always going to trump, something like First Amendment. So this is a fight that Trump and Rubio are going to win. If it comes to a fight, I really don't think it will. I hope that people know that they've lost before they even started if they plan on challenging this. So the next immigration story, I didn't even think of this, to be honest. But I guess I should have. Trump travel restrictions bar residents needed at U.S. hospitals. We have a doctor shortage, and we've been kind of shoring up the numbers of our doctors with letting foreign medical students, residents, that sort of thing in.
Trump travel restrictions bar residents needed at U.S. hospitals. This article is by Roni Karen Rabin and read by an automated voice. Travel and visa restrictions imposed by the Trump administration threaten patient care at hundreds of hospitals that depend on medical residents recruited from overseas. Foreign medical residents often serve as the frontline caregivers at busy safety net hospitals in low-income communities. Normally, the residents begin work on July 1st. Orientation programs for some of them already started this week. Now some of those hospitals are racing to prevent staffing shortages. If international medical graduates can't start their medical residencies on time on July 1st, the ramifications are so far-reaching that it is really unconscionable, said Kimberly Pierce Burke, Executive Director of the Alliance of Independent Academic Medical Centers. Senior residents leave hospitals in June and go on to start their careers, she noted. Hospitals rely on new residents to replenish their ranks. If they don't come on July 1st, that leaves a hole in the patient care team, Ms. Burke said. Who's going to pick up the slack? On May 27th, the Trump administration suspended new interview appointments for foreign nationals applying for J-1 visas. The visas, for participants in cultural or educational exchange programs, are used by most medical residents arriving from overseas. On Wednesday, the State Department lifted the pause on visa appointments, according to an official who spoke anonymously to discuss an internal policy change. It was not immediately clear how many or how quickly physicians could be granted their visas. The process now includes enhanced social media vetting, intended to ferret out potential security risks, the official said. The administration also has banned or restricted travel to the United States from 19 countries. The restrictions may be extended to an additional 36 countries, including many African nations, if they do not comply with U.S. demands regarding overstayed visas and security concerns. The bans and restrictions were motivated by a commitment, quote, to protecting our nation and its citizens by upholding the highest standard of national security and public safety through our visa process, the State Department official said. Foreign doctors from countries covered by the bans and other restrictions could request a, quote, national interest exception, according to the State Department. It was not immediately clear how that process would unfold. The American medical system relies heavily on physicians from other countries. 1 in 5 U.S. physicians was born and educated overseas, according to the Association of American Medical Colleges. New doctors from other countries account for 1 in 6 medical residents and specializing fellows at U.S. teaching hospitals. In 2024, the Educational Commission for Foreign Medical Graduates sponsored more than 15,500 doctors from over 150 countries to fill residency or fellowship training spots at 770 hospitals. Residents are new medical school graduates who complete their training by working for several years under the supervision of more experienced doctors, gaining experience and acquiring the skills needed for various specialties. They work up to 80 hours a week on average, earning relatively low salaries. Residents are the foot soldiers of hospitals, critical to their operations, said Dr. Douglas DeLong, a semi-retired physician in upstate New York who has worked in academic training programs. If you're a patient in a hospital, the resident is the first doctor you see in the morning, Dr. DeLong said. Many foreign medical residents stay and build their careers in the United States. Most go into primary care fields like internal medicine, family medicine, and pediatrics, areas of shortage that American medical graduates tend to avoid. Many of the 6,653 non-citizen doctors accepted for residency positions in the United States this year had already secured visa appointments before May 27th. Those from banned countries who are already in the country are able to remain. But an estimated 1,000 medical residents were not able to obtain visas allowing them to work in the United States. The vacancies will have disparate effects on hospitals, depending how heavily reliant they are on foreign medical talent. At Brookdale Hospital Medical Center in Brooklyn, people queued up for emergency care on Monday. The lobby thrummed with visitors clutching bouquets of roses, and patients nodded off on benches, waiting to be seen. Like many hospitals in underserved communities, Brookdale relies heavily on international medical graduates who are not U.S. citizens to staff the medical and pediatrics floors and outpatient clinics. It's a wait-and-watch situation, Dr. Christos Peras, who oversees the residency program, said in an interview. We just don't know what the impact will be. We have residents from literally all over the world, he added. I am not exaggerating. Every continent. Brookdale's internal medicine residency program relies on foreign medical graduates to staff about 90% of its 55 positions. So far, 2 non-citizens have been blocked from entering the country, said Dr. Conrad Fisher, director of the program. If I am missing 2 or 3 people, I can go out and get the spots filled, Dr. Fisher added. But next year, we're not talking about missing 2 or 3, we're talking about missing thousands. If the travel restrictions are maintained, it would gut the program, he said. Some residency programs may hire second-string applicants to fill vacancies, Dr. Para said, an option available only to hospitals that hire residents directly. Those that go through the National Residency Match Program must seek waivers from their obligations to the matched residents in order to replace them. Hospitals and clinics in rural areas of the country already struggle to recruit graduates of U.S. medical schools to their residency programs. They rely heavily on international graduates. New foreign doctors are not taking residency positions away from American medical school graduates. Just the opposite. This year, there were about 40,000 residency positions offered through the national match system, but only 28,000 graduates of U.S. medical schools. Foreign residents fill a crucial labor shortage. Hospitals are not allowed to overwork residents and may lose their accreditation as medical teaching institutions if they do. An insufficient number of residents could also cost them Medicare funds tied to graduate medical education. The non-citizen international medical graduates who make it to U.S. training programs are well-trained, well-qualified, and motivated, Dr. DeLong said. This is the new generation of physicians for Americans, he added. These are the physicians who will take care of us as we age. They are the future of medicine.
Yeah, well, I wonder if any of these consequences were foreseen and if there are plans to deal with these circumstances. But, we'll leave it up to Donald Trump. He's playing 4D chess, right? So one more immigration related story. When I saw this, I couldn't actually believe it. So let's have a look at this story. This believe this or not, this story made me think of Wicked.
A corrections officer with the Cumberland County Jail has been detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Today, county officials confirmed the officer was off duty when that person was taken into custody. They say the person does not work for the county anymore, but did have proper work documentation. Officials would not share this person's name with us, the reason for the detainment, or if they're still in custody. We also reached out to ICE, but the agency has not returned our request for comment.
Yeah, this this is up in Maine. A corrections officer was something wrong with his being here. He was in there guarding prisoners. So he's gonna be going from working in a prison to being detained in a facility. It says here the manager of Cumberland County has confirmed a person who worked as a corrections officer at the county jail was detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. County manager Jim Gailey told Maine's Total Coverage that the corrections officer had proper work documentation and was off duty when they were taken into ICE custody. Gailey did not disclose the name of the officer, but said they were hired on August 5th, 2024, and left their position with the county on May 31st after they had been detained by immigration authorities. It is unclear if the former corrections officer was still in ICE custody as of Tuesday afternoon. Gailey did not share any details about what led ICE to take the former corrections officer into custody. Maine's Total Coverage contacted ICE with a request for comment, but had yet to receive a reply as of Tuesday afternoon. On Monday, dozens of Cumberland County residents attended the county's Board of Commissioners meeting and called for county officials to stop working with ICE. Well, I'm hoping one of the inmates at that prison called ICE. That would be hilarious. But I guess we'll never know. So we'll just move on, and finally we'll get to this video, which kind of covers ICE and the possible Iran stuff. So let's see what this young lady has to say.
It's time for our daily dose of Cope, and we're here with Chichi Kachiyama, and one of the faces on her plate is saying, "I voted for you. Why is ICE taking my family?" There are so many Magatinos in this story today, so we're going to jump into these stories. I'm not going to start with the Magatinos because I'm going to end with the Magatinos, but I am going to start here with this tweet from this person named Palace.
I love that name,
Palace says, "What was wrong with
Magatinos.
Trump? Entire Trump family are nepotistic, extractive grifters. Probably sets crypto back a decade after leaving office because those crypto bros really went all in because he is a grifter." This person says, "Getting us into another large-scale conflict in the Middle East after he campaigned against the Iraq War and foreign wars for other nations. Instead of securing the southern border like he's promised for a decade, he's unleashed a Gestapo into American cities, which barely put a single drop in the bucket of immigration, but did successfully bait the right into cheering on a federal police state where white vans show up and take people off the street. Campaigned against the deep state as the enemy of the people, and then worked with Palantir to increase federal agencies' domestic surveillance on Americans. The entire MAGA campaign was a fraud. We got duped. Feels horrible. And I literally hope that you feel horrible every single day. I hope you wake up stressed with stomach knots. I hope that your cortisol level goes up 3 to 7 notches. And I do hope that your waistline increases 3 to 7 inches as well." So this is a post from The Leopards Ate My Face. This mixed martial artist, Sean Strickland, was very pro-Trump during the election. After Donald Trump got convicted of 34 felonies, he called that a travesty. Here he is now responding to one of Donald Trump's lie social posts. So Donald Trump says, we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Not sure why stuff is in quotes. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. And so then Sean Strickland at the bottom says, America doesn't want to be involved in Israel's war. This is not our war. We don't want it. You were elected by the people. Listen to the people who elected you. We don't want this. Now we have Texas Patriot. This is a tweet. He says, F it. If Trump takes us to war, I'm done with him and his administration. I voted for no wars, cheap gas, no taxes, cheap groceries, maha. What of these things has actually happened? I'm pissed. But what's going to happen if you're done with them in this administration? It's not like you can vote them out. So does this mean that you are not going to vote for Republicans come midterms? That's what I really want to know with these people. I doubt that that's the case because like Anna says, you're so right. Let's trade him out for Camel Toe Harris. That's what she's calling Kamala Harris. But this is what Texas Patriot says. Texas Patriot says, not what I said, dumbass. So what's going to happen? What's going to be the consequences if you're done with this administration? I do still believe that these people would still vote for him again. Nick the Nuke says, don't forget mass deportations. And the Texas Patriot says, yep. SJ says, I'm losing all hope. There's no Democrats or Republicans. They're all the same. And to that, Texas Patriot says, facts. But I do not believe that a Democratic administration would be doing this. We literally just got out of a Democratic administration, and we did not have all of this chaos. Their day-to-day was kind of boring. I kind of miss boring. Don't you kind of miss boring? ICE is coming down on people in their workplaces because they weren't able to find all of these millions of criminals that they promised that they were going to get rid of. So in order to try to keep up with the 3,000 deportations a day, they're now just raiding people's workplaces, farms, and that kind of thing. Ty says, good night, America. Love ICE when they get the nasty little guys called Cholos, Spicks, and MS-13. Bye, leave out our great guys in the barns and vineyard alone, please. Just saying. You have more targets to go after, and some of these good guys are family to us. So they really think that ICE is sitting up here differentiating. They really think that ICE is really going after criminals. No, ICE is going after brown people, and that is it. I know that this dude feels dumb as hell. Magatino voted for Trump. Now his wife is deported. ICE deports wife of U.S. Army Sergeant. He now regrets voting for Trump. She had work permit and military parole in place request, was separated from her 10-month-old son anyway. Putting my life on the line for this country wasn't an easy decision. Honestly, I just feel betrayed. Now her husband has to sell everything they own to reunite mother and child in Honduras. Shirley Gallardo was tricked into being detained by ICE in the first place when they pretended her car had been in an accident in her work parking lot. In 2023, U.S. Customs and Immigration Services approved her petition, making her arrest a complete shock. These people should know and understand that they are just coming for people, even people that were trying to do things like their paperwork and go through the process, because we live in a racist country, and Trump and Stephen Miller are literally just trying to get rid of brown people. This is a brown man. This is a Magatino. He voted for Trump as a non-white person. These people really think that they are tangential to white people. Spicy mayo, if you will.
Selling everything he owns and moving to Honduras to be reunited with his wife and their 1-year-old son.
A chill that came down my spine. It felt almost as bad as finding out that she got taken in by ICE, but at the same time, I have the possibility of going to see her again.
That's exactly what Isaac will be doing as he prepares to leave the United States and move to Honduras to be reunited with his wife, Shirley Guardado, who had been in federal custody for more than 3 months. I spoke to Shirley on FaceTime, and she tells me it's been difficult. She was taken from Montgomery Processing Center in Conroe. She had both her hands and feet in chains in a plane full of men. She says there were only 7 women. They were taken to Louisiana, then back to Texas and El Paso, and then to Honduras.
This administration, they're being heartless. They're targeting people coming out of their cases, their hearings. It's, I don't know, they're out of control right now.
Correa says he is disappointed in President Donald Trump as he voted for him and trusted that he would only target violent criminals. In addition, he served this country as an active duty member of the U.S. Army.
It is actually exhausting. Putting my life on the line for this country was not an easy decision. And I honestly just feel betrayed.
In the video shared with us by Noticias Telemundo, it was caught on camera the moment Shirley touched down in Honduras. While she's free and Isaac can call her at any time, for now, video calls will suffice until they meet again.
Now let's do this post. Erica Gonzalez of Chicago, U.S. citizen and child of 2 Mexican immigrants, voted for Trump to stop Venezuelans from straining Chicago public services. Now she may lose her neighbors to Trump's mass deportations. I know that it's been a challenge in Chicago, the way the red states took a bunch of Venezuelans and then just plopped them down in the city. So I do understand the frustrations that people had. But this is the story of Erica Gonzalez. It says, Erica Gonzalez, who manages a nearby barbershop with her husband, voted for Trump because she liked his tough immigration policy. Born in the United States to Mexican parents, she's concerned about the strain put on public services in Chicago by a large number of new migrants from Venezuela under President Biden. Ms. Gonzalez supports the deportation of those with criminal records, but despite her vote for Trump, she says she's not on board with mass deportations, especially not of immigrants who have built new lives over decades. They are her neighbors, and she doesn't want them targeted. There are a lot of people who come to the USA to work, to have a better life. People follow the rules, pay taxes, she says. Some people have been here 30 years. They have their own house. They have a small business. What's going to happen to them? They are going to get deported with everybody else that is brown, because we live in a country that is racist, and they're not delineating between criminal and non-criminal. They're saying you're brown, you gotta go. I'm going to keep highlighting this sign, mass deportation now. This is what they want. He even said bloody mass deportations. The fact that they really thought that they were only going to come after criminals means that they deluded themselves. They were living in Delulu land, and now they are going to see their communities get wrecked. I've talked about this woman before. This is Cynthia Hot Mom. Cynthia Hot Mom has a dad who was undocumented, and he's terminal. He got picked up by ICE, and they will not let him out. Here she has like a 4.5-minute video. I'm not going to clip the whole 4.5-minute video, but she starts to explain how she got to the point of voting for Republicans. These people have literally deluded themselves to thinking that they are one of them. And that is the problem. They believe that they are spicy mayo, that they are tangential to white people, and they are getting they're getting their come to Jesus moment at this particular time to see that they are not special, and they're going to be treated like their colors. Period and point blank. So here is a clip of her story. If you want to see the longer version, let me know in the comments. I'll put it on tomorrow.
I feel like living in South Florida, surrounded by Republican voices, I was brainwashed into thinking I was one of them. I fell for the propaganda, the normalization of cruelty, and I believed the lies that gave me a false sense of security and belonging. I was convinced that voting for Trump was for the economy or against crime, when in reality I was supporting a man and a movement that dehumanizes people. He basically built his platform on targeting immigrants, spreading hate, and pushing policies that ultimately broke families apart. I regret my vote so deeply, and if I could go back and change it, I would. My vote wasn't...
I will vote
That's pretty funny.
We think of an algorithm as something new, but the term actually dates back about.
Yeah, that video is for another show. Let's see, where are we? Let's get back to some news here. So next, Karen Reed. I haven't been really following this story, but apparently she was accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend, and the last trial was something like a mistrial, and this time she's been found not guilty of boyfriend's murder. So I don't really have a reaction to it other than, hey, look, she got off. I don't know the details, but somehow or another, I'd like to know who her attorneys were. They are either awesome or white women's tears. I'm just making a guess here, though.
You're listening to Karen Reed, found not guilty of boyfriend's murder in retrial, a news story written by Kim Bellware and read by an AI-generated voice. A Massachusetts jury on Wednesday found Karen Reed not guilty of killing her police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, acquitting her a year after a judge declared a mistrial on identical charges. Prosecutors allege that Reed, a former equity analyst and adjunct professor at Bentley College, fatally hit O'Keefe with her SUV amid an argument after a night out drinking in 2022, while defense lawyers argued that law enforcement framed Reed as part of a cover-up. The dramatic and complex case became a tabloid and true crime fixture, drawing outsized national attention and throngs of supporters for each side who rallied daily outside the courthouse. Reed was found not guilty on charges of second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of personal injury and death. A jury found her guilty on the lesser charge of drunken driving, a charge for which Reed faces 1 year of probation. The jury delivered its verdict after 21 hours of deliberations. Reed, dressed in a light blue suit, looked emotional as she hugged her legal team and her father as the verdict was read. An eruption of cheers from Reed's supporters outside the courthouse could be heard from inside the courtroom. Outside, Reed's pink-clad loyalists sang the Star-Spangled Banner and whooped in celebration. A short time later, Reed appeared outside the courthouse to thank her supporters for their financial and emotional support over the past few years. The second thing I want to say is, no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have, Reed said. She and her legal team flashed the I love you hand sign that had been adopted as a gesture of solidarity among Reed's supporters. The O'Keefe family did not publicly address reporters after the verdict, but several trial witnesses for the prosecution released a statement saying that their hearts are with John and the entire O'Keefe family, who had suffered through so much and deserve better from our justice system. The statement was signed by witnesses including Jennifer McCabe, who was with Reed and O'Keefe the night he died, and Brian Albert, who owned the home where Reed dropped off O'Keefe and last saw him alive. The result is a devastating miscarriage of justice, the statement said. Reed's first trial ended last July in a mistrial, with jurors deadlocked after more than 26 hours of deliberations. The verdict puts an end to a retrial that began in April, and that, like its predecessor, stretched into a months-long obsession for people in the Boston area and around the country. For more than 3 years, trial watchers have remained transfixed by the dramatic story fueled by dueling narratives. One of a stormy romance between Reed, 45, and O'Keefe, 46, that ended in the police officer's murder, or one of an innocent woman framed by her boyfriend's conspiratorial law enforcement colleagues. At the retrial, both the prosecution and defense adopted a less is more strategy, moderating their approach based on what worked in the first trial, said Daniel Medwed, a law professor at Northeastern University, who has followed both of Reed's trials. Both sides called fewer witnesses. Special prosecutor Hank Brennan tried the case for the state instead of Norfolk Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally, and Reed expanded her defense counsel to include a civil attorney who served as a juror in her first trial. The prosecution and defense agreed on how the night of January 28, 2022 began, with O'Keefe and Reed drinking at the Waterfall Bar in Canton, Massachusetts. There they ran into Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert, who invited them to a party at his Canton home. Reed drove O'Keefe in her black Lexus SUV to Albert's party without going inside. They also agree that Reed found O'Keefe unresponsive outside Albert's house the next morning. In between, the two sides have drastically different views on events. An autopsy determined that he died of a combination of hypothermia and blunt force trauma. According to prosecutors, the couple had a turbulent relationship and were fighting the night Reed dropped O'Keefe off at the party. They alleged she fatally struck him while making a three-point turn in Albert's driveway and sped off, citing Reed's vehicle data. Their evidence focused on a broken taillight on Reed's SUV, bits of which were found at the scene, and testimony of a paramedic firefighter who said she heard Reed repeatedly cry, "I hit him," after O'Keefe's body was found the next morning. The defense proposed a different theory, that the investigation into O'Keefe's death was plagued by corruption and misconduct, and that evidence was mishandled to implicate Reed. The defense said investigators failed to search Albert's home and cited the behavior of Michael Proctor, the case's lead investigator, who was later fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of alleged misconduct that included crude and sexist text messages about Reed. As the prosecution put forth a tighter, more precise case with fewer unforced errors, the defense coalesced around a reasonable doubt theory that the government would not be able to meet its burden of proving that Reed struck O'Keefe, Medwed said. The defense leaned heavily into undermining the prosecution's argument with crash reconstruction and forensic experts testifying about when Reed's taillight was broken. During the first trial, Medwed said the defense had leaned more heavily on a theory of an alternative attacker, postulating that O'Keefe was attacked by Albert's dog and beaten by members of local law enforcement at the party before he was tossed outside to die in an oncoming snowstorm. Forensic experts for the defense said O'Keefe's injuries were inconsistent with being struck at the speed at which the prosecutors claimed Reed was driving, and said Reed's taillight damage was from striking another vehicle in the driveway. Reed did not take the stand in her trial. Both Reed's and O'Keefe's family members were regular fixtures at the trial, which drew so many demonstrators that Judge Beverly Canone extended the buffer zone outside the courthouse. Justice for John sign holders faced off against Reed's pink-clad supporters, who flashed the "I love you" hand sign each time the defendant passed by. Medwed said that while cameras in court and live streams of trials have made it easier to follow high-profile cases like Reed's, the trial also had unlikely characters. A telegenic woman accused of murder, and a police officer victim whose death wasn't in the line of duty, and the powerful pull of conspiracy theories. The case is a really spicy stew for public consumption, Medwed said. There were several ingredients that, unsurprisingly, captured a lot of attention.
Very interesting. Yeah, Ryan, I know you were discussing strategy, and my comment takes that into consideration. Party over country. Love it. But that's okay. I mean, it takes all kinds there, Ryan. So the next story, Nippon Steel completes takeover of U.S. Steel in a $14.2 billion deal. That's and Trump gets a golden share out of this. So let's we'll just let the AI reader read this too.
You're listening to Nippon Steel completes takeover of U.S. Steel in $14.2 billion deal, a news story written by Abha Bhattarai and read by an AI-generated voice. Nippon Steel has completed its $14.2 billion takeover of U.S. Steel, the company announced Wednesday, capping a year and a half of fraught negotiations and resulting in a landmark deal for a president who originally opposed the deal. The agreement includes a golden share arrangement that gives President Donald Trump final say over key parts of the company's U.S. business, including plant closures, headquarters location, and employee salaries, as a way to ease earlier national security concerns. Nippon Steel, a Japanese industry giant, bought all shares of U.S. Steel for $55 apiece, valuing the transaction at $14.2 billion, corporate filings show. The company also plans to invest an additional $11 billion in its U.S. operations by 2028. Combined, the new company will become the world's second-largest steelmaker, giving it a leg up in an industry largely dominated by China. Nippon Steel's stock price rose by 1.9% following the news Wednesday, although it is still down more than 7% from the beginning of this year. This is a significant deal both economically and in terms of the precedent it sets for foreign investment, said Christy Govella, senior advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a bipartisan think tank that focuses on national security. And it shows there's room for positive surprises from the Trump administration. The deal comes as welcome news, she said, for foreign investors who might worry that their offers would be blocked for national security reasons. Now, instead of being shut out of the country altogether, there is a framework for a viable workaround. But others warned about giving the president too much power over private corporations and industries. Nippon Steel said Wednesday that the Golden Share Agreement will allow the U.S. government to appoint one independent director to the company's board and require presidential approval for key decisions, such as relocating U.S. Steel's Pittsburgh headquarters, changing the name of the company, and moving jobs or production outside of the United States. This is a lot of government control on a purely nuts and bolts practical level, said Scott Lincecum, vice president of general economics at the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank. Although such arrangements are largely
Ryan, I have a question about this. Do you think this is like a almost like socializing this particular company? I mean, if the government basically has this much control, it literally sounds socialist. Now the people are not going to necessarily have direct ownership, or the workers, but you've basically got an elected official with a lot of control. So what do you think? Is this like a kind of like a MAGA socialism?
heard of in the United States. They have been popular in the United Kingdom and other countries such as Brazil and Turkey since the 1980s. The White House has hailed the deal as a way to protect the U.S. steel industry. In recent weeks, Trump has doubled tariffs on steel and aluminum imports to 50% to spur more U.S. production and create jobs while protecting national security. Steel is the backbone of a modern economy and military, White House spokesman Kush Desai said in an email. The Trump administration is not only preserving an iconic gem of American industrial prowess with the U.S. steel deal, but safeguarding the national and economic security of the United States. The acquisition has been divisive since it was proposed in late 2023. U.S. steel executives have long lauded the takeover as a lifeline for a struggling company. But the labor union that represents U.S. steel employees has argued the opposite, saying it is a good deal for U.S. steel executives, not for workers. On Wednesday, the United Steelworkers Union president, David McCall, doubled down on that message, saying the companies had spent vast amounts of resources into downplaying concerns regarding both the long-term future of USW members' jobs and our national security. The union has also flagged specific concerns about Nippon Steel, saying it has a long history of unfair trade practices. In April, the Commerce Department ruled Nippon Steel had dumped certain types of steel in the United States at abnormally low prices in 2022 and 2023. Others, though, hailed the purchase as a lifeline for U.S. Steel, which posted more than $200 million in losses in the last 2 quarters. Annual sales fell 13% last year, and executives had warned they would have to shutter U.S. steel mills if the deal fell through. U.S. Steel could not have survived on its own, said William Cho, a deputy director at the Hudson Institute, a conservative Washington think tank. This injects billions in capital and investments, and introduces cutting-edge steelmaking technology to the United States. And it aligns with President Trump's priorities of remaking the trade system and reviving American industry. Still, economists and legal experts say it's unclear exactly how this deal will play out in the long run, and what it will mean for future partnerships and investments from other countries. From the very beginning, there have been 2 very different views on the importance and significance of this transaction, said Bruce Aronson, a senior advisor at the Japan Center of the U.S. Asia Law Institute. And we still don't know what the implications are. Is it a very positive step for foreign direct investment and U.S.-Japan economic relations? Or is this just a one-off deal? We don't know.
Yeah, let's see here. Ryan says the only bipartisan actions in the last 10 years have been to inject government into industrial policy. Okay, is there a point to making that comment? Can you elaborate on that? At least it was bipartisan, right? And this story surprised me. I didn't see this one coming, but I haven't really kept up with basketball this year. But this is going to be the end of an era. Wow.
Largest brands in pro sports. Jeannie Buss, 63, assumed control of the Lakers following her father's death and is expected to remain as governor following the sale. During her tenure, the Lakers signed four-time MVP LeBron James in 2018 and won their most recent NBA championship in 2020. I just talked to my sister Jeannie Buss to tell her congratulations, Johnson wrote on social media. I'm so happy for her and family. I told her that her dad, Dr. Buss, would be very proud of her for getting $10 billion for the Lakers, the largest sports franchise sale in history. I can understand why Jeannie sold the team to Mark Walter because they are just alike. They are competitive people, have big hearts, love to give back, and both prefer to be behind the scenes. This makes all the sense in the world. Walter, 65, is the CEO of Guggenheim Partners, a global investment firm and founder of holding company TWG Global. In 2021, Walter and Dodgers co-owner Todd Bailey purchased 27% of the Lakers from Philip Anschutz, the billionaire owner of the NHL's Los Angeles Kings. As part of that agreement, Walter obtained rights of first refusal if the Buss family agreed to sell its majority stake. Walter paid a then-record $2.15 billion to buy the Dodgers from Frank McCourt in 2012. The Dodgers, who had languished outside the MLB playoffs during McCourt's final years as owner, have made the postseason in 12 straight years during Walter's free-spending tenure and won the World Series in 2020 and 2024. This season, the star-studded Dodgers rank second in payroll. Walter also holds ownership stakes in a variety of other sports franchises, including the English soccer team Chelsea, the Andretti Global Racing Team, and the WNBA's Los Angeles Sparks. The Lakers' sale comes during a year of major change for the franchise, which struck a blockbuster trade with the Dallas Mavericks to acquire all-star guard Luka Doncic in February. The Lakers ranked first in team merchandise sales during the 2024-25 season and placed third behind the Golden State Warriors and New York Knicks in Forbes' most recent rankings of NBA franchise values.
Must be nice.
It's only 10 billion. I mean, that seems reasonable.
Well, the largest of this type of transaction in history. So
it's
the only
just
team
crazy
that might rival them, I guess, would be something like someone like the New York Yankees.
Yeah, Yankees and maybe the Cowboys. I just think
Yeah.
it's out of control. I mean, they sold the Clippers for $2 billion a couple of years ago, and I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money. And now we're at
What do you
10
mean?
billion.
Why do you think it's out of control? I mean, it's a market.
Well, it's just the escalation, the increase in franchise values have gone through the roof. Like we're talking, they were 500 million, 700 million. The Clippers were a record 2 billion. That was like 6 years ago. And now we're at 10 billion for a franchise. Like it's just tremendous amounts of money that
Well, my question is, what's going to happen if her father bought his stake in the franchise for 67, almost 68 million? What kind of capital gains? I mean, how is that going to work?
it's going to be 20% of of $9 billion. I mean, it's going to be
Jesus.
absurd. Yeah. But still, she's still walking away with 7 billion. I mean, huge money, right? And then so she'll pay tax on that. She'll pay the alternative minimum tax if it comes straight to her. So the alternative minimum is 37%. She'll pay 40% of the money probably, because she'll probably she'll pay herself all the money instead of paying it into a business. You know what I'm saying? She'll pay the AMT. So she'll still net $6 billion personally.
Yeah, I'm thinking she's a mighty fine looking woman. Let's see, how old is she?
I just can't believe the value of these. If we end up in a war or in a recession, the franchise values will plummet. I mean, we almost need one. I mean, that baseball
Ooh,
player
okay.
got a that
She's
baseball player got
she's
700 million.
she's 64. She is definitely age appropriate.
She's your age, man. Rock and roll.
Yeah, well, a little bit older, but age appropriate. I would definitely
Just
be looking her
send
up.
send us a picture of you in your suit, not the one of you cutting your grass. Okay. The suit picture
Well, I don't
looks
know. She may,
pretty
she
sharp. Pretty
might she
sharp.
might like a guy. She might like a guy who sweats.
Out working in the yard.
Exactly.
So look, here's the deal with the Nippon. So what I was saying was, just to go back to that, I think the US is trying to figure out an industrial policy, and it's good. I mean, the Biden era saw it, and I think he did a pretty good job. And the initial Trump era with the tariffs, they're trying to figure out how to go against a essentially, well, I don't want to do a comparison, but China loses money. Their government will pay for all their companies, which the ones that emerge in China, the companies that emerge as the strongest ones will be state backed, and a bunch of other smaller companies will still be. If they lose money, they'll go to the government and the government will cover the losses. So essentially, they then dump all these goods on the world, and they'll lose money, and then the Chinese government will prop them up. So this has been their industrial policy for 30 years. We're now trying to combat that a little too late. Whereas before Trump, Obama started to call it out, but Trump actually took action with the tariffs, right? So,
right.
We haven't helped any of our industries realistically, other than through tax. We say, oh, we'll give you less taxes. We'll let them move into almost monopoly power like Google and Facebook, and that's why we haven't broken these companies up, because they're really going after China's business, right? So through our we haven't really had a good industrial policy in, I don't know, 80 years, because we said the free market can do it. But we're going up against a cheater in China. And Biden said, let's do the CHIPS Act and let's prop up businesses with, for example, green energy. He's like, well, we're going to let government help our businesses. Whereas Trump's going about it a different way, tariffing and, having the government buy a part of this company, which that's Chinese. That's a Chinese thing. I mean, China owns
the government's not buying part of
Nippon. Yeah, the government's got shares.
Well, no, it's got one share, the golden share.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a percentage.
I don't think they will. Do you pay for a golden share?
If they have a seat at the table, and I don't know what percentage the golden share represents. If it's like a preferred stock, they exercise
it basically in the news article, and there was one I did last week or maybe earlier this week. It basically gives the president control over where their headquarters is. There's certain salaries he gets to control. There will be a independent member of the board, the corporate board, which I assume will be appointed. So what I'd like to see is I'd like to see Donald Trump appoint Eric Trump to the board.
Oh God,
that would be funny. Because I was also thinking essentially Trump is going to be CEO of the company.
I think now they'll be on the board, and they'll be able to have a vote for CEO. I mean, he can name. The thing is, I don't know if it's good or bad yet. I don't like the government meddling in business too much, but when you're going up against China, who's cheating, obviously, it's hard to. I mean, even our large companies can't compete with the government, and so I think the U.S. is just trying different policies, whether it's the CHIPS Act or funding energy projects like Biden was doing. We're trying to figure out how to combat this, a cheater, really. I mean, letting him into the World Trade Organization was a terrible idea. and we're eating crow and trying to figure out how to go against them now.
Okay,
So
well, see, this is where I tend to, maybe say something unpopular here. Whether you like China or not, whether they're a cheater or not, their economy, like I said earlier, they are the only economy on earth that can basically stand Trump up. Okay, Trump was gonna fucking try and bowl over China, and China said, "No, you're not gonna do it." So China is to be reckoned with, and it does not matter whether they're cheating or not. It does not matter. You still have to you still have to contend with them. And whining isn't going to help you compete with China.
no,
Hey
and,
man,
and
what's going on, Stanley? Y'all niggas been
What's
talking.
up,
What's
guy?
going on? How y'all doing?
hey man,
Oh, pretty good.
Good
yeah,
motherfucking morning.
our strategy hasn't U.S. strategy's been really terrible. They've been stealing IP forever. We haven't done anything, so I think we're just
Yeah, but
trying
see, the
things.
problem is you don't control other countries, and they're not the type of economy you're going to be able to punish easily.
I think that if we have the right
Dude, they
approach,
own a bunch of debt, and they, just look at the pharmaceutical industry. They really have America by the short and curlies in some
yes,
cases. And
yes,
the bottom line is it was American business that got us into this position. And nobody wants to come right out and say that. We would not be like this if back in the 90s, I guess is when a lot of this offshoring happened, or 90s and early
80s,
2000s.
80s it started. I
Well,
mean,
80s. Okay. Well, I know, for instance, years ago, I used to work, I ran a warehouse for Springs Industries.
yeah,
And yeah, they wound up closing the facility because it wasn't just the warehouse. It was like they had looms, and it was a whole textile like mill. And
yeah,
my job was basically warehousing and shipping, the textile stuff, Wamsutta sheets and that sort of thing. And
yeah,
they closed the facility because they outsourced all the production to Mexico.
sure,
So and this is like back in like 2002, 2003.
yeah,
So it's business, it's the same industries. um they're why we're in this position with China, as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure it's way more complicated than that, but you know what,
yeah.
I'm just a warehouse worker.
But Stanley, I mean,
That's
I
my
think
perspective.
business is they're obligated to make money,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
so the thing is, the government, both parties, and it was kind of a U.S. philosophy, like, okay, like we'll let them do this other stuff, and it's good for America. Like they truly thought that it was good for America to offshore. They thought it was good. Our people can do more valuable
Yeah,
things instead.
they can learn to code.
And by the way, we got going with China to go up against the Soviet Union. Like that was part of the strategy, was that was US think tank strategy, right? But both parties have done this, and I just think it was really bad calculus um over the years. It's just
Oh yeah,
poor
well,
calculus.
America is not famous for long-term strategy. I
But
actually think America is only good at tactics. I don't think they're good at strategy at all.
I
Never
don't
have.
disagree with that. But I will tell you that you know, China, I mean, China's got their own fucking problems, but I do think that they're not. Letting them into the WTO was terrible. The whole world has policies against their bullshit. Dumping. I mean, Argentina has tariffs on Chinese steel. India does. The Europeans do, because they do this to everybody. You know,
Right.
if you look at the video of the if you look at videos of China, they've built these gigantic train stations, these massive construction projects, and the train stations are largely empty. They
Right.
build
Well,
them
they
to
got a
keep
bunch
people
of
busy.
like these high-rise apartments. You know,
they're empty.
Yeah, it seems like
But
I
that's
saw a video years ago of like a whole city that they built.
there's whole cities, man. What's what they do? It
It's
keeps
like
people working,
it's
right?
like a ghost town. It's like a ghost town with a bunch of high-rise apartments.
I mean, Stanley, they estimated they have, I want to say it is 300 million empty units, which you could put all of America in those units, right? Like so.
Well, I'm
So
thinking maybe what we ought to do is ask
oh my
China to
God,
help us with our homeless.
they could help us with every. I mean, but the thing is they
Just
do that,
just send all our homeless to those empty high rises.
and when you figure in most of the Chinese population, they don't invest in their stock market. They invest in real estate. When real estate is overbuilt like that, it loses value. So
Right.
they literally their fucking people have been saving their whole lives into real estate, which is selling at a 20% of what it should. So they got big problems too. But the Chinese government, they cheat, and that's why. So I just think that Biden and Trump largely have. I mean, Biden didn't get rid of the initial tariffs, right? So I think within the U.S., the economics people and the smart people are advising Trump and Biden on this and going, listen, we need government policy to go up against to bolster our industries, because they've both had different tactics they've employed, whether it's the CHIPS Act or this shit or the tariffs or whatever, you know. I mean, Biden slapped a 4 times tariff on BYD cars. Like BYD, they're not coming into America. They're going all over the world. They're EV, China's EV car, right? Europe has they're trying to they put a huge tariff on it too to prevent it. But Mexico's driving BYD, but we've done it to help our car industry. So we're just trying different stuff.
Well,
So
speaking of President Biden, Senate Republicans hold hearing on Biden's mental fitness.
there's a big waste of time. Let's look back.
You know what? And that's
Fucking wasting
exactly what I
time.
was going to say. They are not, look, apparently because Trump is doing all the legislating as well as the judging, since he's taken over all 3 branches of government, they have a lot of spare time on their hands.
It's just
So
such
they
a
have
waste of fucking
time
time.
to wonder about, what was going on in the Biden administration. This is just ridiculous. This is not a good look for
It's not just that,
Congress.
but politically, it's going to fail. So
Well,
they're thinking,
politically, if believe me, in Democrats boycotting, that's all good, but Democrats should be hammering this particular story right here. It's like these motherfuckers have all 3 branches of government and they're too busy wondering, about, Biden's mental health instead of running the country. Dude, I would be hammering every Democrat that winds up on MSNBC or Fox News or wherever it is they wind up should be hammering this story right here.
yeah, this is bad calculus.
They're too busy wondering about Biden's mental health than they are to fulfill campaign promises. Instead of worrying about Biden, why aren't they dealing with these immigration numbers they're not meeting? Oh, I'd be hammering the shit out of these people.
Well,
They
here's the thing.
can't deport people like they said they were going to deport because they're too busy wondering about what Biden was doing. Oh, I'd have a field day with these fools.
Well, this is how politically disastrous this is, right? So that January 6th committee came together. It was in the 3rd and 4th year, they were still talking about January 6th. I was like, this is politically not doing anything. Nobody cares. It's an old story. And what the Republicans are making is the same mistake by looking back. It's just fucking stupid. But these parties are run by idiots, I think now. I do. Like, I could run both parties better than they're doing.
Well,
and this is another dumb idea.
Just be maybe this is a sign that both parties need to get rid of these old guys. I mean, this is stuff that has been done. Everything from Benghazi to January 6th. All these like investigations of what the previous administration was doing. Steele dossier. All this stuff is just failing. It does not work.
It doesn't. Steele dossier. If I hear the word Steele dossier ever again, I'm just so sick of hearing that fucking word. The Steele dossier. Like, shut the fuck up. That's like 9 years old. They're still talking about it. It's like, and this will do the same thing. They'll keep beating this thing in for 3 more years. No one cares. Politically, it's already spent, but they'll keep doing it. You'll see. Who's that guy? Jim Justice or whatever. I always see him.
Oh
up
yeah,
there.
I know you. Yeah, Jim Jordan.
Jim Jordan, that's him. So let me ask you this, Senator. Like, just bullshit, ridiculousness. They'll call in Jill Biden and the doctor. You watch. and no one will watch it on C-SPAN. No one will give a shit. But the occasional writer for the Post or the Wall Street Journal. No, it's old news, man. It's old news. Why are they still going to beat it up?
Look, you know what? I think this Senate investigation is being run by Solid Snake because leftists are running interference. What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means.
I think he's talking about the media.
I have no idea what he's talking about. He just fucking randomly shows up. You know what? You missed your doppelganger, Solid Snake. That Negus woman. She was Eritrean or something. She was talking the same sort of like meaningless nonsense. Let me read these bullet points here. Senate Republicans held a hearing. Wait, that's today. Apparently, there's a hearing today in 2025 in Washington, D.C., examining former President Joe Biden's cognitive status and an alleged cover-up during his term.
Oh, my God.
The hearing followed renewed debate about Biden's health after his prostate cancer diagnosis and focuses on claims of misrepresentations by his associates in administration. You know what? Picking on a potentially senile dude with like prostate cancer. This is not a winner. This is not a winning strategy. They're going to pick on an 83-year-old guy with prostate cancer and possible dementia. This is not a good look.
Stanley, here's how stupid. It's even dumber than that. The Democrats themselves, Jake Tapper wrote his book. A bunch of books come out.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, the Democrats are doing it themselves, right? Then the Republicans grab this story with this stupid shit and run with it. Like, it's just the dumbest. Strategically, it's idiotic. It's idiotic. The Democrats themselves were doing it, and then the Republicans were like, we'll do it. Let me wrestle it away from you. So dumb.
Well, I guess they think maybe they think that they're what's the term they like to use? They're doing something to the left. What is the term when they say
I know what
they're
they're owning
the nose of the
there's a term they're owning the libs. Owning the libs.
Yeah, I'm sure they think they're owning the libs on this.
So dumb. Yeah, this is just bad. Dude,
apparently the hearing featured 3 Republican witnesses, including former Trump officials Sean Spicer, Theodore Wold, and legal scholar John Harrison, while Democrats boycotted it, calling it political theater. Well, they ought to know. Missouri Republican Eric Schmidt started. Even the Democrats can't defend Joe Biden's shadow presidency, while Biden affirmed, I made the decisions during my presidency, denying staff acted independently. The hearing aims to explore constitutional and procedural issues regarding Biden's fitness and may set the stage for further GOP-led investigations amid broader political debates. They better be careful. Trump just stupidly celebrated his 79th birthday. 2 can play this age game. They have got to be careful.
Well, not just that, but they'll have a thing on the auto pen, like they've already started talking about that stupid auto pen.
Yeah, well, Trump has admitted he uses it.
Everyone uses it. It's been used for like 80 years. You go sign
Oh,
9,000 documents.
Thomas Jefferson, he didn't call it the auto pen, but he invented the concept.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
forget
it's
what
a
he
lot
called
of
it.
stuff to sign. A lot of stuff to sign. It's not like a digital signature here. But have you noticed that there's this? So, like, how many congressional hearings do you remember? Watergate. There's been maybe
Well,
like
Watergate was justified. The one with Oliver
sure.
North, the Iran Contra,
All right,
I
so
think
there's two.
that was justified. You know, there were
Yeah, there,
people pretend. I mean, Watergate produced jail time. Probably
well, no,
not for enough
Stanley,
people.
that's two in 18 years, 72 to 86. We've had
Well,
14 in the last
now
5
how about
years.
what do you? I mean, I would say that maybe not Biden, Clinton's impeachment. That was coming mighty close to producing results.
There was
I
that
watched
was in
that. I watched
12
those
years later.
hearings.
12
Yeah,
years later. Over
I
30
watched
years, they
those
had three.
hearings.
Right? Over
So,
30 years, they had three congressional investigations. In the last 10 years, we've had like 14. Benghazi, go down the list. It's craziness,
there are a bunch
man.
of them.
I mean, these
Hunter
fucking guys
Biden,
think they're a bunch of investigators.
The Hunter Biden thing, man. If you were listening to Jim Jordan and what's his name, I forget his name with the country ass accent, Jim Comer.
Yeah.
If you were listening to these guys day in and day out, and I was, man, it was like, oh, we got the smoking gun. We got the smoking gun. You just pay attention. I'm like, man, y'all shouldn't even be in office. They should have voted your butts out of office when you couldn't produce, any results. Hunter Biden is out free, and what they think is going to be a good thing to do is see if they can nullify the pardon for Hunter Biden. They're not going to be able to. Nobody cares.
Why in God's name would, number one, even if you got a conviction, you don't put a president's son in jail? Okay? Nobody's above the law. Yes, there are some things you don't do, or it looks like a fucking Venezuelan government. Okay? You just don't do it.
I kind of hope they do. That way we can go after the Trump boys.
Look, man, I just think it's something you don't do. And I think there should have just been pardons issued for everyone involved, right? Like I would have, if I was Biden called heat for Hunter, right? For Joe Biden called heat for, he should have said, you know what? We're going to pardon Trump. We're going to pardon Hunter. We're going to pardon all this bullshit so we can move forward in our politics.
Yeah, so we can get a clean slate.
Yeah, because Trump wasn't going to get convicted. So, regardless of what he did, you weren't going to get convictions on any of this stuff. These motherfuckers are investigators. Jim Jordan's investigating. Let's investigate. And doing nothing other than that. So,
you know what? Hunter Biden doesn't want any part of this shit. He just wants to get high and paint for the rest of his life, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, it's funny because I think that people attached to any of these politicians, I mean, they're saying Michelle Obama is going to run. Michelle Obama hates politics more than anything. She probably hates that her husband's even involved in the shit. They don't wanna be involved.
Apparently there was pending divorce talk. She just was not going to do it. So
probably because Barack wanted to get back involved, and she's like, no, I don't. She hates it. She despises politics. I don't blame her either. It's a dirty business. So I don't know. But,
all right. Well, here we are. Wow. Social Security fund could run dry ahead of earlier forecasts, trustees say. So let's listen to this good news.
Yeah, it's great news, man.
You're listening to Social Security Fund could run dry ahead of earlier forecasts, trustees say. A news story written by Julie Wheel and read by an AI-generated voice. The trust funds for Social Security and Medicare will run out of money in less than a decade, according to a report released Wednesday, as the program's trustees warned that the fund's depletion date is significantly closer than predicted a year ago. If Congress does not overhaul the program's financing, automatic cuts will slash Social Security benefits by 23% and Medicare hospital benefits by 11% in 2033, the report said. Here's what to know about the current state of Social Security. Is Social Security solvent? For today, yes. But in last year's annual report, the trustees projected that Social Security would become insolvent by 2035 and Medicare in 2036. They now predict that Social Security's fund will run out of money in 2033 or in 2034 if Congress changes the law to combine the separate funds for old age benefits and for disability insurance. They also now forecast that Medicare's hospital insurance fund will run out in 2033. The Social Security and Medicare trust funds are separate from the federal budget and funded by a dedicated payroll tax paid by employers and employees, with each side kicking in 6.2% of gross wages up to a certain threshold, currently $176,100 per year. Any wages exceeding that amount are exempt from Social Security taxation. Medicare collects an additional 1.45% of gross wages, bringing total deductions to 7.65% per worker. For years, the programs have been spending more money than they take in, as an aging workforce means more retirees are receiving benefits and fewer workers are paying taxes into the system. If the trust funds dry up, retirees will still receive benefits as long as workers are paying the payroll taxes, but the amount will drop. In Wednesday's annual report, the four trustees, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer, and Social Security Commissioner Frank Bisignano, called for prompt legislative action to address the looming insolvency. Two positions on the Board of Trustees that are appointed directly by the President have not been filled for a decade. What's new in the 2025 Social Security and Medicare Trustees Report?
You know what? I'm going to interrupt that because this just sounds like it's going to get boring. But I want to skip ahead to how can I maximize my Social Security benefits? And I'm 60, so I'm definitely interested. Benefits are based not just on how much you earn during your career, but also on when you retire. While Social Security defines full retirement age as 66 or 67, depending on your birth year, retirees can choose to start taking Social Security at any age between 62 and 70 and will get a larger monthly check the longer they wait. Of course, you need to take into account the fact that if you wait till 70, you won't be receiving any check at all in the earlier years, even if you get a larger check for the rest of your life. So each retiree needs to make their own calculation about what is best for them. Regardless of any legislative outcome, workers can take steps to make sure they have enough savings in addition to Social Security, such as making retirement contributions a top financial priority, regardless of their age. Political turmoil is also weighing on Americans nearing retirement. As the U.S. DOE service under Elon Musk slashed the workforce at Social Security earlier this year, causing issues in customer service for beneficiaries, more people opted to file for early retirement and start receiving their benefits right away, anxious about changes to the program that could prevent them from claiming them if they had waited. But experts have generally urged people to wait to receive their full benefit and trust that the program would still be there for them. Some people, this story's going to do wonders. People, Altman said, would have worked longer and claimed more, but they're worried and they're claiming quickly. I know you have a bunch of thoughts on this.
I think that as a Gen Xer, I'm going to get fucked. And you probably will too, Stanley. If you have any money saved, because the thing about the baby boom is they always voted for themselves and they're selfish. And the millennials are too. And we're in that squeeze generation in the middle. So like you're Gen X, but you're...
Well, I'm right. I'm like the last year of Gen X.
Yeah. Well, no, you're the first year of Gen X, and you're just past.
Well, yeah. Well, so I'm right. Like 1 year later, and I would technically be a boomer. I'm sorry, 1 year earlier. 1 year earlier, and I would technically.
But your means of income are you're not on Social Security right now, right?
No, but I'll I'll be okay either way. I'll claim it 62.
I would talk to a financial advisor because they have the math, and also depending on how your investment strategy is, like you might, I would just for $1,000, it's well worth it to go talk to a financial advisor and say, look,
I'll talk
when's
to
the
my
best time?
father's financial guy.
If he's got a guy, I would. I mean,
Oh, he's got a guy.
that's a way to go. But as far as I'm concerned, I think because I've put money into my retirement and stuff, they're going to be looking to just hit people. And I think eventually they're going to say, listen, you have enough money. You don't need as much Social Security. I think that's what they're going to do.
Oh, you wanna talk about a revolution?
Oh, believe me, and the fact that this idiot wants to take the taxes off of it, which will bankrupt it by 2030, is
Well, that could be his intentions.
it's I can't even believe that Medicare has the same issue. Like that's insolvent by 2033. And, they have no real solutions here because what it is there's a massive number of baby boomers that are going to be sucking it dry. And there's not as many people paying it in. Once they all die off, it'll recover. But in the short term, it is a huge, it's like a snake eating a fucking possum. It's this big glut coming through at one time, and it's a major problem. And listen, they're going to have to borrow more money to finance it. The borrowing costs go up because there's more demand. I mean, getting people to buy our bonds is going to be a bitch in 2030, starting about, it's already getting hard. That's why gold's going up. And by 2030, the cost of financing shit is going to be ridiculous. Like it's just, everything's going to cost a lot more to borrow, because of this. And by the way, they've known about it they know the demographics. They know that they got this massive section of the population that's going to be draining the system in it's starting in 2020, right? They've known about this. They've known about it since 2010, but they kicked the can down the road. And that's one of my biggest gripes is, let's deal with it later. So they're handing a bag of shit to everybody that's under 60 and under because we're going to pay for it. So, and baby boomers will be dying off. They don't care. So selfish assholes as far as I'm concerned, but.
All right. Well, let's
Whatever.
see what the Fed's doing. The Fed holds key rates steady. Sees 2 more cuts this year. Yeah. Okay.
Let me tell you something. Hey, listen, bud. I look at global shipping, right? Just for hobby. You need to check it out. It's called marinetraffic.com, right? If you look at the shipments coming into the United States for the last 3 months, they've been way down. They were up initially. Then they fell off. I don't know how that'll start showing up in the numbers soon. So they're talking about 2 more cuts. I don't know, man. I think we're going to get some inflationary pressure. I mean, that's just my view. People have raised prices on stuff anticipating the tariffs. They're not going back down. I don't know. I think this is kind of bullshit. 2 more cuts. We'll see. So, but see,
you know what? I didn't realize this was actually a thing. How long has this site been around, I wonder?
Oh, Stanley, listen, man. It is the coolest site. Now, click on one of them ships. Click on anything there. Just hone in a little bit. And then click on one of those dots. And watch what happens. It brings up the ship. It tells you it's a cargo ship. It's a cruise ship. Isn't it the coolest thing in the world?
Crude oil tanker.
Dude.
At anchor.
Yep. Hey, cruise ship, rowboat. No, not rowboats, but anybody of any size is in there. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, this is pretty amazing. Let's see, what are these? Are these? Oh, they do land traffic. No. I'm sorry. No, that's the Atlantic. Oh, that's the Atlantic. Wow.
Yeah, you see all the ships leaving and coming to the U.S. though. It's an awesome site. Look at all those ships shipping goods in the world. Isn't that crazy? Oil tankers, LNG ships. Look at all this. Look at the Mississippi River right there. You see the Mississippi? That's
Uh,
what you. That's
oh
what's
yeah,
awesome
right here.
about.
Yeah, I'm looking at the unspecified ship.
Yeah.
Mark
If you
Noy, U.S.
it
destination, U.S. I
it
don't know what is USCIR.
I don't know. Click on it. It'll tell you.
Oh, it's like some sort of barge
Yeah.
or
You can go
tug.
through the pictures of the
No,
ship.
it says it's a
It's pretty.
yacht. That can't be a yacht.
I mean, was a yacht's probably 65 foot or more is classified as a yacht. So, but if you blow it up, you can see all like you see all them ships in the Houthis were blowing up. You can blow up that. Hey, it shows pictures of it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's pretty wild, isn't it?
Yeah, this is this is a oh, this looks like kind of like one of those floating hotels. I've seen videos of ships like this, like on the Amazon. It's just
Yeah.
basically like a floating hotel.
It's like a ship for touring or something. But they'll have coal ships, they'll have LNG. You'll be able to see all that stuff. But looking on this site, shipping after the initial orders came in to the US, because we had a big bump in orders anticipating tariffs. After that, it dropped off the face of the earth and nothing was coming. So I think that's going to have implications they're not seeing in the numbers yet. And I just play around on this site.
It'd be funny if they did have information on pirate ships.
Well, if you go to where the Somalia pirates are, you'll see all the ships around there, but I don't think they do for vessels under 65 foot. So, but
Well, pirates aren't gonna submit their location information.
yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not in. But you could see like U.S. destroyers or anti-pirate ships there patrolling. Well,
I
actually,
hope
I don't
not.
think they. I don't know if they show any naval ships now that I think about it. I don't. They might. I
I
don't know.
certainly hope not.
Yeah, me too. Well, they're not really shipping, and maybe supply ships, like the John Brown was on there, but I think that might be a museum ship. In because I was looking into Port of Baltimore, and there's the John Brown is there, but I think that's like a museum, like a floating museum, more than anything.
Right.
So, that's a pretty cool site, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out.
Yeah, I just scroll around on it. Just say, what's going on, There's also one for flights. which I
Yeah,
thought was
I've seen that one.
so, but yeah, there's a show called on YouTube called What's Going On with Shipping. He talks about all the shipping stuff happening in the world. So kind of boring, but that's me.
Now, I actually once thought about doing maritime law.
I find it so interesting because they got their own rules and people don't understand that. They got their own stuff. It's like their own laws, international shipping laws,
Right.
and
Yep.
they have their own insurance companies, that are just for ships, and they got
Well,
cargo.
transportation's actually pretty interesting. I have a buddy of mine. I haven't talked with him in probably 20 years, but he had a brother who graduated. He was a lawyer and worked for CSX. It was some
Yeah.
sort of like rail law.
Yeah.
That's a whole specialty too.
That's its whole thing, right? Like it's not even
Right.
in. So when people talk all this bullshit on YouTube about like the US doesn't make anything and sell anything anymore and ship anything, I'm like, look at the shipping. We're selling stuff all over the friggin' world. We're trading with, US. We're the number 2 exporter in the world. Look at the ships,
Right.
But well, we don't do it. We do. We got some awesome industries, By the way, we sell food to the whole world. We're selling food more food than anybody. Well, maybe not anybody, but we're way up there,
Right.
Just look at these kind of sites; they'll tell you the truth, So, anyway,
All right.
I
Well, let's.
sidetracked just a little
Well,
bit.
no,
a lot.
that's all right. Let's see. Fed holds key rate steady. Still sees 2 more cuts this year. On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve held its key interest rate steady at 4.25 to 4.5 for the 4th consecutive meeting. The decision followed uncertainty about the impact of tariffs announced in April and concerns that tariffs could spark another inflation surge. Fed officials said the economy remains solid, but expect weaker growth, higher inflation near 3%, and a slight rise in unemployment to 4.5% this year. Even with all these people, all these people being deported, huh? President Trump criticized Fed Chair Powell on Wednesday, calling him stupid for not cutting rates despite inflation cooling to near 2.4% in May. Fed anticipates 2 interest rate cuts by year end, while policymakers balance slowing GDP growth expected at 1.4% with persistent inflation risks. Well, basically, the tariffs are going to have effect on GDP, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. They should have a negative impact on sales.
As a matter of
theoretically.
fact, there was a contraction last quarter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we'll see how that all turns out.
I think we're going to get several more contractions in the numbers. So, because we were due for a correction, but I think because of the tariff talk and business not being able to plan, that hits. I mean, that's just reality. So,
Well,
anyway.
Now we move into some Supreme Court decisions. Apparently, yesterday the Supreme Court upholds Tennessee ban on transgender care for minors. And I was like, well, this is going to be a problem, kind of like getting rid of abortion. What they want to do, what the Supreme Court's reasoning is, hey, we need to let the people in the state legislatures handle this rather than making law. Basically, if you go against Tennessee, they're essentially making law, and that was the problem with Roe v. Wade. Their inclination is to let the states handle it, and then if it becomes a real big issue with 50 different sets of rules, you take it up to the legislature, the national legislature, Congress, to make a national rule. The problem is Congress literally these days, they don't do much. So this is essentially going to be, they're talking, who was it? You talking about, people moving from red states to blue states. This story, I think this story, or maybe it's another opinion piece, talks about people basically packing up and leaving red states, moving to blue states. They're talking, hey, kids are going to be hurt here. Problem is that as far as the treatments go, there's not a whole range of there's not a lot of long-term data on the effects that this has. We know a lot of short-term stuff, but I think this is an inevitable. You may not agree with the outcome if you're on the left, but it's inevitable. If you're going to raise a big fuss about it, I wouldn't do that, because I think the Supreme Court is right to decide, the way they did. So this is long, kind of a longish article. If it gets boring, I'll stop it and move on, because I've got an opinion piece. You know what? Hold on. Maybe I ought to just skip this and go straight to the opinion piece. Basically
more
they're going to say, hey, we're going to, the other thing. And I let me play this story. Trump. And I had a story and I don't have it. I'd have to go look for it. Trump basically withdrew some sort of funding from the suicide hotline. There was like a specialty desk or something like that for transgender kids. It was, he pulled funding for it. So there's no more, specifically suicide hotline type stuff for transgender people. So man, that is just like, wow. Talk about cruelty is the point.
Supreme Court upholds Tennessee ban on transgender care for minors. This article is by Adam Liptak and read by an automated voice. The Supreme Court on Wednesday upheld a Tennessee law that prohibits some medical treatments for transgender youths, rejecting arguments that it violated the Constitution and shielding similar laws in more than 20 other states. The decision, which came amid the Trump administration's fierce assaults on transgender rights, was a bitter setback for their proponents, who only 5 years ago celebrated a decision by the court to protect transgender people from workplace discrimination. The vote was 6-3, with the court's 3 liberal members in dissent. Chief Justice John G. Roberts, Jr., writing for the majority, acknowledged the quote, fierce scientific and policy debates about the safety, efficacy, and propriety of medical treatments in an evolving field. The voices in these debates raise sincere concerns. The implications for all are profound. But he said these questions should be resolved by the people, their elected representatives, and the democratic process. The Tennessee law, enacted in 2023, prohibits medical providers from prescribing puberty-delaying medication, offering hormone therapy, or performing surgery to treat gender dysphoria, the psychological distress caused by incongruence between experienced gender and that assigned at birth. It was part of a sweeping national pushback to expanding rights for transgender people. Since then, debates about military service, athletics, bathrooms, and pronouns have played a role in President Trump's second-term agenda. In dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor wrote that Wednesday's decision could have tragic consequences. If left untreated, gender dysphoria can lead to severe anxiety, depression, eating disorders, substance abuse, self-harm, and suicidality, she wrote in an opinion joined by Justices Elena Kagan and Ketanji Brown Jackson. In a measure of the shifting politics around transgender issues, the Biden administration had argued against the Tennessee law. After Mr. Trump returned to office, he issued an executive order directing agencies to take steps to curtail surgeries, hormone therapy, and other gender transition care for youths under 19. And in February, his administration formally reversed the government's position in the case and urged the justices to uphold the law. The doctor and 3 families who sued to challenge the Tennessee law said it discriminated based on both sex and transgender status in violation of the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause, which requires states to have a valid reason for treating similarly situated people differently. They noted that the law specified that the prohibited treatments were allowed when undertaken for reasons other than gender transition care. Chase Strangio, a lawyer with the American Civil Liberties Union, who had argued on behalf of the plaintiffs, said the decision was a grave disappointment. Today's ruling is a devastating loss for transgender people, our families, and everyone who cares about the Constitution, he said in a statement. Jonathan Skrmetti, Tennessee's Attorney General, said the decision was a welcome victory. In today's historic Supreme Court win, the common sense of Tennessee voters prevailed over judicial activism, he said in a statement. In adopting the law, Tennessee lawmakers said the treatments had not been adequately examined in long-term medical studies and posed dangers to minors who lacked the maturity to make informed judgments. Systematic reviews commissioned by international health bodies have consistently found that the evidence of the benefits of the treatments is weak, as is the evidence on the potential harms. Long-term risks can include the loss of fertility and the possibility that adolescents may regret their decisions down the line. But while the published medical evidence in support of transgender care is limited, many clinicians who provide it say it can be beneficial and even life-saving. Hostility to transgender rights played a central role in Mr. Trump's last presidential campaign and in the early months of his administration. At his inauguration, he announced that, quote, "It will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female." He followed up with executive orders withdrawing federal support for transition care and banning transgender troops from military service. Democrats have struggled to respond, as polls indicate broad discomfort on transgender issues, particularly when minors are involved. Sometimes, Democrats have appeared eager to change the topic. Responding to Wednesday's decision, Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader, said on social media that Republicans' cruel crusade against trans kids is all an attempt to divert attention from ripping healthcare away from millions of Americans. The 6 opinions in the decision, spanning 113 pages, were mostly devoted to whether the law should be subjected to searching judicial scrutiny to determine if it violated the Constitution. Most laws challenged on equal protection grounds must satisfy only a very relaxed standard, rational basis scrutiny, requiring only that legislatures have some basis for drawing distinctions. Under that standard, almost any justification for the law will do. The Supreme Court has said that a more demanding standard, heightened scrutiny, is called for in assessing laws that discriminate based on sex. In such cases, states must show that the law serves an important government objective and that the discrimination is substantially related to achieving it. A key question in the case, therefore, was whether the Tennessee law in fact discriminated on the basis of sex. Chief Justice Roberts wrote that the law drew distinctions based only on age and types of medical treatments. Justice Sotomayor responded that the law directly took account of sex. She added that Wednesday's ruling was at odds with the 2020 decision, Bostock versus Clayton County, in which a majority opinion written by Justice Neil M. Gorsuch concluded that a federal civil rights law protecting workers from sex discrimination applied to transgender employees. The plaintiffs in the case involving the Tennessee law also argued that heightened scrutiny was warranted on a second basis, because the law discriminates based on transgender status. The Supreme Court has never before recognized transgender status as a class that requires more demanding scrutiny, and Chief Justice Roberts declined to address the issue of whether it should do so now, saying instead that the law does not discriminate on that basis. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, joined by Justice Clarence Thomas, said the court should have considered whether transgender status warrants heightened scrutiny, and ruled that it does not. By failing to do so, Justice Barrett said the court had left a whole range of other laws that she indicated were plainly constitutional, including ones on bathrooms and sports, vulnerable to future litigation. In returning the question of transition care for minors to the states, the majority echoed the court's approach in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, the 2022 decision that overturned the constitutional right to abortion. In both settings, the court ruled, elected officials rather than judges should have the last word. The upshot will be a patchwork of laws, with both abortion and transition care largely banned in states led by Republicans, but mostly permitted in ones led by Democrats. After the Tennessee law passed, some families began making regular trips out of state to clinics that did not face similar restrictions. Others packed up and moved out of the state altogether. People who received transition care in Tennessee before the law took effect said they counted themselves lucky, but now were worried about the youth still in the state. Seeing kids who look like me, have the same struggle as me, not have the same hope is very hard, said Eli Givens, who received care at 17 and testified against the bill a year later. Azeen Qureshi contributed reporting from New York, and Emily Cochran from Nashville.
Yeah, basically adding transgender as a protected class, that's not going to happen. Right now, MAGA wants to get rid of, it seems like they just pretty much just want to get rid of civil rights legislation altogether, let alone adding another protected class. So,
And I mean, Stanley, but don't you think that it's a little subjective? I mean, what
What do you mean
qualifies someone?
subjective?
Well, in other words, so right now, according to the definition, and look, this is a topic that is I think for most Americans and probably you and I, it's probably low on the totem pole, right?
Right.
So according to what define a transgender person, because according to it's how you choose to identify, right? So theoretically,
what? I would leave that rather than even wonder about it. Whatever the DSM-5 or some medical psychological well, yeah, a psychological professional says, I don't even want to get into it. Whatever the doctors say.
Yeah, well, no, I agree
The
with
only
you, but
thing, the only thing I care about is more, whether it is, whether it should be a protected class or not. And conservatives basically say no, it should not be. There
well,
are only two genders.
can I give you an example?
And by the way, there are most times, like I don't know what the percentage is, 99% of the time, there are two sexes. There are not just two genders, never have been. And all you need to do is go back and do a little historical investigation. Gender is not sex. And I hope Deacon Dave is in the audience, so he can pop off saying there's only two, so I can like commence to shit on him. Their gender is not sex, and vice versa.
I think the problem is if you could define it and say, look, we're going to
I can
protect this
define it.
group that has done a
Gender?
surgery on them, but they're not saying that. There's like, if I choose to identify as a woman today, I can. How do you protect me then? I don't have to have surgery to be a transgender. You see what I'm saying? So it's hard to define it, and I think that's one of the major issues.
Apparently, what happens with it's a gender dysphoria thing. I guess if you want to identify as a woman, and you always hear about, well, I'm a woman trapped in the man of a body. Well, a man starts sprouting whiskers. I guess it does something to your identity. So that's why I would much rather just concentrate on the legal stuff and not get into psychology or anything like that. I don't know enough to really even go this far with it. The surgery, look, and maybe somebody can tell me one of these days, look, if you guys really want to be so specific, and I would actually encourage it, and I'm on the left, to go down to the chromosomal level. Either you have two X chromosomes or you don't. That way, how do you?
I agree with you. It's easy that way, right?
Yeah, I mean, there is no way to participate in XX sports. You have to meet the chromosomal requirements. It doesn't matter how you identify. Let's do it at the let's be biological essentialists in a good way for once.
Yeah, I just think that that's the hard thing, is how do you define it? If they said XXXY, that's easy, right? Like, that's obvious, easy. Whereas if you say, hey, I'm a woman today.
The rare XXXY we'll deal with, when
they do have that. They do have that for sure.
Yeah, but it's pretty rare.
Yeah, it's like 1 in a million or some shit.
And even if you're a hermaphrodite, you know what? Let's look at your chromosomes. So
yeah, it makes it easy.
I think now there's got to be a reason nobody is looking at it like that. There's got to be a reason that I just don't know of. So
they're saying gender is not that, though. They're saying gender.
Well, gender is not it is not. Yeah, exactly. It's more in the brain, or cultural than it is biological or anything like that. And I agree with that.
Yeah. So such a non thing, though.
I don't even know that it's worth going into. Let's see, because I didn't look at it. This particular woman, she says she has a daughter at the center of the Supreme Court case on trans care. Our hearts are broken. Let's see. It's not that long. Let's hear what she has to say. Samantha Williams.
My daughter was at the.
You know what? I used to know a Samantha Williams. I'm pretty sure it's not her, but
Center of the Supreme Court case on trans care. Our hearts are broken. This article is by Samantha Williams and read by an automated voice. There is something incredibly surreal about finding your family at the center of a landmark Supreme Court decision. from the robes and the formality to the long, red velvet curtains behind the justices. No mother imagines that her everyday fight to do right by her child would land her there. My daughter, LW, came out as transgender late in 2020. She was just shy of 13. 4.5 years later, she is thriving, healthy, and happy after pursuing evidence-based gender-affirming care. But the very care that is improving her life became a primary political target of the Republican supermajority in our home state, Tennessee. When the legislature banned my daughter's care in 2023, we fought back by suing the state. Today, we found out that we lost that case when the Supreme Court ruled, 6-3, to uphold Tennessee's ban on such care. I am beside myself. Our heartfelt plea was not enough. The compelling, expert legal arguments by our lawyers at the American Civil Liberties Union and Lambda Legal were not enough. I had to face my daughter and tell her that our last hope is gone. She's angry, scared, and hurt that the American system of democracy that we so put on a pedestal didn't work to protect her. My family did not start this journey to land in Washington in front of that white marble hall of justice. We ended up there through parental and civic duty. My and my husband's demands in our lawsuit against the ban felt quite basic. Let us do our job as parents. Let us love and care for our daughter in the best way we and our doctors know how. Don't let our child's very existence be a political wedge issue. Being a teenager is hard enough. Being a parent of a teenager is hard enough. Raising a transgender kid in Tennessee, we know that not everyone understands people like her or her healthcare, and that's okay. We don't need to agree on everything. But we do need our fundamental rights respected. I have devoted myself to finding our daughter consistent care in one state after another. The nightmare of our disrupted life pales in comparison to the nightmare of losing access to the healthcare that has allowed our daughter to thrive. After Tennessee passed its ban, we traveled to another provider in a different state. After that state passed a ban, we moved on to another one. We are now on our 4th state. The 5-hour drive each way, taking time off work and school, is hard, but thankfully, we found a clinic and pharmacy that take our insurance. Despite the court's ruling, we will find a way to keep LW healthy, no matter what. Just as we will find a way to celebrate getting her braces off and focus on picking outfits for senior class pictures. But state-sponsored discrimination makes this exhausting. I had hoped that these justices, who had the ability and the responsibility to protect us from the capricious, narrow-minded attacks of our own state government, would rise to the occasion. I had hoped they would acknowledge we are being denied medical care based on our child's sex. And some of them did. In a blistering dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor said that the court was retreating from meaningful judicial review exactly where it matters most, and in doing so abandoning families like mine to political whims. I am deeply afraid for what this decision will unleash, politically and socially. Now that the Supreme Court has denied the rights of young people like my daughter, and families like ours, what's next? Will she be protected as an adult? A public college in Tennessee told us recently that she wouldn't be allowed in the women's dorm. She is looking for a job. Will co-workers or customers at her workplace feel emboldened to harass her? Especially since the election, the fear of discrimination against trans people has been pervasive. In early April, we were on a college tour for LW. In between sessions, I was checking my phone when my blood ran cold. I texted my husband, "Don't say anything that will freak out LW, but check your email." I didn't want to ruin the special day for her. In the annual announcement about April being Child Abuse Prevention Month, President Trump released a proclamation that referred to gender-affirming care as gender ideology, and called it one of the most prevalent forms of child abuse facing our country today. In doing so, he all but accused parents of transgender kids who, like us, affirm their child's gender of abuse. While only a statement and not legally binding, this sent me spiraling. Could they really take away our child? Our children? Does this mean jail? For a few weeks after the president's announcement, I actively feared for our safety. At one point, my chest ached so badly I thought I was having a heart attack. I booked consultations with a financial advisor, a family law attorney, and a global relocation specialist. I stayed up late, scrolling on my phone, researching countries we could flee to, developing a detailed escape plan. And then I realized this is exactly what our state legislature wanted. Fear. Spectacle. Submission. I had testified before a committee that was considering the ban on gender-affirming care. and its members seem to barely acknowledge my existence, let alone take my concerns about the measure seriously. The legislators could have focused on any number of other urgent problems: school shootings, families struggling to put food on the table. Instead, they singled out young people who are just trying to be themselves and the parents and doctors who support them. What happened to all their rhetoric about parental rights? As a parent, I know my child better than any government official ever will. The Supreme Court's ruling on Wednesday will make it even harder for our daughter to get life-saving health care. It will harm the lawsuit's unnamed families and those that come after us, with younger kids just starting to understand and express themselves. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say youth without gender-affirming medical support could die by suicide. Young people could be harmed by self-medicating with black market hormones, without medical supervision. I pray this ruling is not the seawall that the modern wave of LGBTQ rights expansion breaks on. If one thing gives me hope, it's my daughter. Even after all the emotions of today, LW has been texting me all day about her plans for how to continue the fight for young people like her. Samantha Williams is a plaintiff in a lawsuit challenging Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for trans minors. She wrote from Nashville. Source photograph by Jonal Ratman for the New York Times.
Well, unfortunately for Ms. Williams, the other side has a very good argument as well. So it goes. By the way, not least of which is that, the care doesn't have any data as to the long-term effects. If you do this for 20 years, there's no research out there. So there are a lot of good arguments against it.
Yeah.
I just think, for someone like me who really is into parenting and parents get to raise their kids, the way they see fit, it's a challenge. I'm just glad it's not me that has to deal with the issue.
Yeah. It's ridiculous in the way it's the fact that it's a political issue is just fucking crazy to me.
Well, you know what? Anything that's religious is a political issue in a quote white and Christian country.
But here
at root, this is a religious issue, whether people want to admit it or not.
Okay, well, hold on. Can I just challenge you there for a minute?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
For me, it's not a religious issue.
Well, I'm not talking about you specifically.
No. From my perspective, this is what it is. The left. I got into an argument years ago about this, and the left did not differentiate the difference between gender and sex, biological sex, and so
neither does the right.
Well, but the right could quickly, use that and go, well, hey, they're, boys and girls are different. And the left is going, yeah, but if you identify as X, Y, and Z, it is, it's different. And then when you have the absurdity of the sports issue, it's very easy to see why people end up on both sides, right? For me, okay, well, it's ridiculous that there's a 6'5" tall man that's still intact and hasn't removed his genitals swimming against women.
Okay, well, I think once you get to that point where someone is identifying as a woman, 6'5" or not, and everybody's arguing that it's a man, you pretty much, I don't need to go much farther. There is no right or wrong in that fight. If a person self-identifies one way and everybody else disagrees, that's pretty much a stalemate. And you wind up having to go and look at other factors. You're just not going to win that argument. It's so subjective.
Well, if he fixed himself, I think people could go, okay, well, it makes sense, right? Like he cut his thing off.
That wouldn't work either. See,
Why not?
I'm going to use the conservative desire for biological essentialism against it or for it. It doesn't really matter either way. The one thing that you cannot deny is your chromosomes. You cannot deny it. There is no way around it. That is fundamental, and it's either, most times it's either one or the other. And I think if you any layer above that, it gets subjective as you go up the stack. I'll just use a TCP/IP analogy.
Well, okay, and I agree with it. It should come down to chromosomes, but in that instance, that kid wouldn't have been allowed to swim. Meanwhile, and generally the conservatives were saying, "Hey, man, this doesn't seem fair," and the left was saying, "Well, no, he identifies as a girl, so he should be able to swim."
Well,
And that's
yeah, but again, go back to the biology, and I think the argument for conservatives is winnable. Not that I'm inclined to, give
concede.
give the far right. Conservatives. You know what? There's a strain of conservatism that doesn't give a fuck.
That's me. I don't care. It doesn't
Right,
affect
but
me.
the bottom
I
line
don't give a
is
shit.
there, besides the chromosome stuff, look, men have, males have, skeletal differences. There are a bunch of biological factors
Oh yeah,
that,
for sure.
distinguish one
Upper body
from the
strength
other.
is just upper body strength is insane. Like the differences there, like according to the based on what I'm bench pressing, there's one in like 10 million women that can bench press more than me. And I'm, me and about 20 other guys at the gym can bench a similar amount of weight. So that difference is so crazy, right? And but I think the left leaned into their position more than like they ended up with illogical arguments, and the right could then run with that and use it for political bullshit, right? So the
Right.
left leaned in too hard, and I just think they did. Like Leah Thomas should not have been swimming. The left's like, well, nope, but she should. She identifies. I'm like, look, that guy was walking around the locker room just swinging. Okay, and you know what I mean by that, right? And if my daughter was
Yeah.
in that locker room, I'd be like, what the fuck? Like this dude is walking around with his, like, you know what I mean? Like he's walking around a locker room, and these girls in there are like, what the
Well,
hell,
just tell your daughter that's a woman weenie.
Oh man, that's a hell of a woman weenie. That's like what the hell? But ultimately, I think that everyone picked their side, and it's just such a stupid fucking thing affecting so few people. It's aggravating that the Supreme Court is even dealing with it. To me, it's like, who gives a shit? I don't care what they do. As far as I'm concerned, I want it all to stop. Hey, let everybody just do their thing. I don't care about these people. I don't give a shit. I'm sick of the parade. I don't want to see the parade either. Like, just go do your jobs and everybody hang. Fuck a parade. They want to have a month of parades. Like, listen, you guys can get married. Let's. I don't want to see assless chaps walking down Pratt Street.
Yeah, well, the thing is don't look. That's easy enough to solve. Don't be there.
And
They usually
I know
they
it,
usually
dude.
give notice what time the parade starts.
It's even to the point where a lot of like gay, just straight up normal gay, right? Like just standard gay people
Straight
are
up
like, oh,
normal gay. I like that.
what I mean is you're run of the mill gay person who's just going to work. He's gay, he's married, or she's gay.
You're a ho-hum normie gay person. Gotcha.
You're normie gay. They're sick of it. They're like, okay, this shit's too far. And they are even speaking out like, Jesus, this is ridiculous. So just because it's gone so extreme, and that's America, extreme as we can be. I mean, we don't do anything a little. So
I'm going to
anyway.
anticipate the next story, and I'm going to leave Solid Snake's comment up there. Supreme Court clears the way for temporary nuclear waste storage in Texas and New Mexico. That was the other decision. The Supreme Court on Wednesday restarted plans to temporarily store nuclear waste at sites in rural Texas and New Mexico, even as the nation is at an impasse over a permanent solution. The judges by a 6-3 vote, and justices by a 6-3 vote reversed a federal appeals court ruling that invalidated the license granted by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to a private company for the facility in Southwest Texas. The outcome should also reinvigorate plans for a similar facility in New Mexico, roughly 40 miles away. Federal appeals court in New Orleans had ruled in favor of the opponents of the facilities. Licenses would allow the companies to operate the facilities for 40 years with the possibility of a 40-year renewal. The court's decision is not a final ruling in favor of the licenses, but it removes a major roadblock. Justice Brett Kavanaugh's majority opinion focused on technical procedural rules in concluding that Texas and a major landowner in Southwest Texas forfeited their right to challenge the NRC licensing decision in federal court. Wonder how they forfeit. The justices did not rule on a more substantive issue, whether federal law allows the commission to license temporary storage sites. But Kavanaugh wrote that the history and precedent offer significant support for the commission's longstanding interpretation that it can do so. Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote in dissent that the NRC's decision was unlawful because spent nuclear fuel can be temporarily stored in only two places under federal law, at a nuclear reactor or at a federally owned facility. Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas signed on to the dissenting opinion. Roughly.
Hold on. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So if the law states you can only store it on those two places, how can they say I don't understand. The Supreme Court's making law.
I don't think this is temporary storage. It seems to be some technicality in the temporariness of the storage.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, makes sense.
I guess I could just dig up the court and we could hear the arguments.
I'm just curious. I mean, I'm sure it's actually available. There's several shows you can do.
Well, basically, the government granted a license. The NRC granted a license for temporary storage, but they didn't address the issue. It sounds like what they're doing is saying, "Hey, you can store it here until there's some final decision."
Yeah, but
That's
you got
the way
to
I'm
comply
reading
with the
it. I could be
NERC.
wrong.
But you got to comply with the NERC to do that. So, okay, within their bounds. Okay, makes sense.
Right, but it seems to hinge. And maybe I'll go back. I got a lot of things I need to listen to today. I don't know that I'll squeeze this in. And to be honest, I'm not sure I care enough about it to do it. I was just interested, trying to cover all the decisions as they come down.
I'll tell you something about this nuclear, right? This is the only way they're going to power AI. So this nuclear thing is going to become really hot really soon, because you can't have AI without, based on the energy requirements for this shit that we have to do, without nuclear, we're talking about a grid expansion of 20%, which there's no slated projects to even do it.
Oh,
it's going to be nuclear, man.
Okay, here's a paragraph that kind of reinforces what I said. It says here, Congress has repeatedly failed to secure a permanent location for disposing of nuclear waste. Now the federal government is trying to force de facto permanent storage facilities in New Mexico and Texas, she said. It is a dangerous and irresponsible approach. However, de facto, it's 40 years with a 40-year possibility of extension. Technically, it's not permanent. So I think that's, that little finesse point there.
What do you know? I mean, look, you worked in the nuclear. Weren't you on a nuclear?
Oh, no,
ship?
I was not in the nuclear program.
Okay. Well, I don't know why it's so difficult. There's a lot of federal land. 30% of the country's federal land. You could dig a hole that's 1,000 feet deep. I mean, shit, mine it. Take an old mine that you've dug out of the ground. I mean, pour a bunch of concrete and line it with whatever you have to and dump all the nuclear waste there. I don't know why this is such a hard thing. I mean, I don't know a lot about nuclear.
Well, nobody wants it. Nobody wants this. I mean, this has been, you remember back in the day, just transporting it through.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
Yeah. So I mean,
But
this
if it's
stuff.
federal land, how can people say
The
anything?
problem is no one really knows because the half-life's so long for a lot of these materials. I mean, we're talking like 1,000 years for a half-life.
Yeah, I
We
know it's
really
forever.
don't know. We really don't know. Yeah, we really don't know that much about storing stuff long term, and no state wants it. Nobody wants to live near it.
But if it's on
Uh,
federal land, how can a state object to it? Like the federal government owns 30% of the land in the
Well, I
country.
don't think
There's
it's
got
the
it.
state. I don't think it's the state. It's actual like individuals or like anti-nuclear groups. It's not necessarily. I mean, certainly Texas, the state would never object to it.
No, what I mean is the federal government owns half of Wyoming, right? So, but it's
Right.
federal land. It's not Wyoming land. So why can't the
Right.
federal government
Oh, I
say, you
see
know
what
what?
you're saying.
Yeah, like it's they own half of
No.
fucking they own a third of the land in the country. 33, I think it's 32% of the land they own. The federal government, right? Is theirs. So put it on your own land, dig a hole, pour a bunch of concrete, put a bunch of lining systems down and whatever capacity they are so it doesn't leach into the soil, and fucking encapsulate the shit like they're doing at Fukushima and call it a day. Seems obvious to me. I make it sound so easy, by the way.
Yeah, you do.
I'm sure it's a lot harder.
There's got to be a reason. And then Solid Snake says, I just don't understand why the sun's not a viable way to remove nuclear waste. I'm not sure why. I mean, how is the sun? Can you elaborate on that, Solid Snake? What does the sun have to do with this? Do you think it's like the sun can disinfect stuff? Is that what you're saying? Just shine a little sun on it and it's no longer nuclear waste?
Yeah, I don't know what he.
Or is it something more ridiculous, like we just load it all on a rocket and shoot it into the
Have Elon shoot it up to the sun? Come on, Snake. Come on, Snake.
SpaceX. Yeah, let's just have SpaceX dispose of it.
I don't
Come
know
on.
what you do with it, though. I don't know
Come
what you
on.
do with it.
Come on. Keep us Solid Snake. Oh, please answer these questions.
Dump it in a volcano.
I must know. He wants to just load it on a SpaceX capsule and shoot it into the sun. Love it. I know that's what he means.
No, he doesn't.
All right.
He doesn't.
Okay, well, this made me laugh. This is 8-foot tall dictator approved sculpture appears on National Mall. Did the mystery poop artist strike again? Signs point to yes. This is what this monument that's just kind of showed up on the mall. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah,
but it's got the broken head of the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah,
with a big gold. Oh, excuse me, with a big gold thumbs up on top of the head, and the sculpture is called Dictator Approved. So we gotta hear about this.
You're listening to 8-foot tall dictator-approved sculpture appears on National Mall, a news story written by Joe Heim and read by an AI-generated voice. Remember the poop statue? The curly swirly pile of dew that sat atop a replica of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's, Democrat California, desk? The work of protest art placed on the National Mall last October in mock tribute to the January 6th rioters who stormed the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to overturn the 2020 election? Well, the artists responsible for the political poo-plop appear to have struck again, this time with a work called Dictator Approved, an 8-foot-tall sculpture showing a gold-painted hand with a distinctive thumbs-up quashing the seafoam green crown of the Statue of Liberty. It sits at the same location on the mall near 3rd Street NW as the poop statue did last fall. The artwork's creators intended Dictator Approved as a rejoinder to the June 14th military parade and authoritarianism, according to a permit issued by the National Park Service. The parade, the creators wrote in the application, will feature imagery similar to autocratic oppressive regime that is in Korea, Russia, and China, marching through D.C. The purpose of the statue, they continued, is to call attention to the praising these types of oppressive leaders have given Donald Trump. Plaques on the four sides of the artwork space include quotes from world leaders, including Russian President Vladimir Putin. President Trump is a very bright and talented man. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. The most respected, the most feared person is Donald Trump. Former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro. We do have a great deal of shared values. I admire President Trump. And North Korea's Kim Jong-un, Your Excellency. A special relationship. The extraordinary courage of President Trump. If these Democrat activists were living in a dictatorship, their eyesore of a sculpture wouldn't be sitting on the National Mall right now. Abigail Jackson, a White House spokeswoman, wrote in an emailed statement, "In the United States of America, you have the freedom to display your so-called art, no matter how ugly it is." Mary Harris is listed as the applicant for the permit, but no contact information for her was provided. The permit allows the statue to be in place from 7 a.m. June 16th until 5 p.m. June 22nd. The dictator-approved statue is very similar in style and materials to the Poop statue and several protest artworks placed in the District, Philadelphia, and Portland, Oregon last fall. However, no individual or group has publicly claimed responsibility for those pieces. An unidentified caller and emailer told a Washington Post reporter last year that he was part of the group that worked on the sculptures and provided information about them that only someone who had installed the projects would know, such as when the statues would appear. His identity remains a mystery. On Wednesday, he replied to a Washington Post email asking if he was involved with the new statue. "I have heard about it, but not me," he wrote. He did not respond to additional questions or a request to meet in an Arlington parking garage. Some of the tourists and locals who stopped by the statue between downpours Wednesday afternoon expressed surprise that it was allowed to be placed where it was. And they expressed reservations about weighing in on it publicly. "I'm amazed that whoever dreamed this up could put this here," said Kuresa, an 80-year-old from Australia who declined to give his last name because he said as an international visitor he didn't feel comfortable expressing his views. "It reminds me of Animal Farm."
Wonder why.
District resident and retired federal employee Yvette Hatfield stopped by with her dog Max, wearing an adorable raincoat and rain hat, to get a selfie of both of them in front of the statue. Asked why she wanted a photo, Hatfield laughed. "Because of my political views, and that's all I'm going to say. I actually love it," said another district resident. He declined to give his name because he said his parents and grandparents often told him, "Fools' names, like their faces, are always seen in public places." He wished the reporter good luck with the story. Francesca Carlo, 20, and Abigail Martin, 21, visiting from Cleveland, happened on the statue just before it started to pour. "At first I was confused," Martin said, "but then I figured it out. I think it's beautiful." Carlo agreed. She thought the quotes on the plaques could send a message. "If all these authoritarian politicians approve of our president, then maybe people will see a pattern recognition and see where democracy is headed," she said.
Yeah, there was this is kind of like a parody, a parody statue, parody slash political protest sculpture. Some time ago, there was a poop statue that wound up on the mall, dedicated to something to do with January 6th. I guess, they smeared poop on the walls of Congress. Maybe, that swirly statue was like a dedicated.
Who did that, Stanley? Who smeared
did
poop
what?
on the walls?
Well, I
Did
don't know. One of the
against-
January 6th protest people.
Oh my God.
You didn't hear about that?
It's just so sad. This is sad too. The whole thing is sad. These people are fucking lunatics, man.
Well,
I would
oddly
smear
enough,
poop on the walls of Congress. Like, it's
I'm
so
gonna have
low
to
class.
be wrapping up here. Let's see, 8:55, probably in about 30 minutes or so. Somebody's rating us. Hey, Sin, how you doing? I was gonna. What was I gonna say? Oh, by the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, and subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel for the occasional video essay or clip from this Stanley versus the World show. Make sure you support your
Hey, Snake's in the studio. Looks
your
like.
host. Yeah, I see him. Make sure you support your host. It is getting towards the weekend, I'm sure I could use some help getting getting some Bud Light to inspire me to do a Saturday show. For the folks that are just getting into the chat now, if you're interested, there were a couple interesting historical videos that I showed at the very beginning of the show that both were actually really well presented. So if you like history, I somehow or another have kind of loaded some history into this Juneteenth. And I hope you enjoy the title. It took me I woke up at 2 this morning thinking of this title, and I wasn't even going to do a show, but the title was just too good not to do a show titled The Anti-Black Blacks Celebrate Whiteenth. It made me laugh. Cackling at 2 o'clock in the morning is a thing in my life. So
Did you start the show then?
No, I started it at 5:15 because usually it takes me about an hour to gather all the stories I want to talk about, and then if you go and you look in the show notes, a lot of the stuff I talk about, I put links into the show notes if anybody wants to click and do their own little thing or research. So I try and do that much. So let's move on because I got another interesting story here from Florida. Florida Attorney General calls for the deportation of U.S. Congresswoman. This made me laugh as well.
Is she here illegally?
Well, she's in Congress. I assume.
I guess you got to be a citizen to be in Congress.
I mean, I would think you do some sort of background check. So it says here, Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer, I assume that's how you pronounce it, called for the deportation of a U.S. Congresswoman for criticizing President Trump's military parade. That's from the Miami Herald. This is an Axios Miami story, by the way. It says here, the military are in our street. I'm reading bullet points. In a post on X, Uthmeyer wrote denaturalize and deport in reference to U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar, a Minnesota Democrat, who posted a video denouncing the parade. The military are in our streets without any regard for people's constitutional rights, while our president is spending millions of dollars propping himself up like a failed dictator, Omar said, per the Miami Herald. So, now we have a attorney general of Florida, probably some sort of Republican, calling for a U.S. citizen to be denaturalized and deported. So I told you we were on a slippery slope. Pretty soon they're going to be denaturalizing like.
I don't think they can denaturalize. Was she born in America?
Hey, Stanley, I agree with you, man. I'm telling you, I've been thinking about that for like the past 2 months.
What?
That is crazy.
What's crazy?
That denaturalization review they was trying to do, that research they was doing, man. I wonder, I was sitting back thinking, how hard would it be to take a federal inmate and just say, hey, you're no longer a U.S. citizen, and we're just going to ship you back to your country or whatever. As an American citizen.
There is, if somebody's fraudulent when they apply for U.S. citizenship, if they're fraudulent in the application process, it can be reversed. But otherwise, once it's done, it's done. Now, I don't think, given the current administration, I actually don't think it's beyond the pale or beyond the realm of possibility that something like that could happen. But
no, you know what I'd be scared of? I'd be scared of a liberal administration, Stanley. I'm sorry. I wouldn't put that on Trump now. I'm sorry. Now, maybe a Rhino, maybe. But no, not Trump. No, not this administration. I disagree with you on that.
This is coming from a man who will deal with nuclear waste by loading up a rocket and shooting it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Stanley. Come on, man. Don't you think that's a great idea? I don't know why they don't do it. I mean, the sun got its own gravitational pull. All we got to do is aim the rocket at the center of the universe.
It's a great idea if you're living in a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Okay, how's it wrong, Stanley? Prove me wrong. Tell me why is putting nuclear waste in the sun a bad idea.
Those are the same cartoons where you can shoot somebody in the face with a shotgun and they, just get a little dirty.
But I'm just saying, Stanley, what's wrong with using the nuclear? Why not dispose of nuclear waste in the sun?
What's up, Sam? How you doing?
I'm being very serious with this. I want to know why.
Okay, dude. This is something. Do you really want to do something that's untried? What if you blow up the sun? Eventually, like in 1 million years or maybe 2 or 3 million years, the sun will contract and expand. So at some point in the billion years future, Earth is going to be subsumed by a red giant. The sun.
So the sun gonna get the nuclear waste anyway.
Okay,
We just speeding up the process.
Let me finish my point here, please. We do know that at some point the Earth is basically going to just burn up because the sun has a shelf life. Now, it's 1 billion years or some, astronomical number in the future. We don't know what the results would be doing something like that. What if we just shorten the sun's life by 1 billion years? You don't want to be.
But literally shorten human lifespan by millions of years by starting here on Earth.
All I have to say is thank God that you are not some theoretical physicist. Who knows what we
I'm just saying, Stanley, we got all this spaceship technology, and we always talking about tracking and trajectory and going to Mars and stuff. Well, wouldn't it be a dang good practice to start using this? No, I'm just saying, Stanley, we could be taking nuclear waste to space and getting rid of it in planets like Saturn, gas giants, the sun. What's wrong with the sun? The sun ain't gonna.
I encourage you.
The sun, a nuclear bomb is not gonna affect the sun.
I encourage you.
Nuclear waste is not gonna.
I encourage you to sit down with Eric Weinstein and come up with a solution. He's a physicist of sorts. So we're done with that Florida attorney. Let's show this. This was interesting. Apparently, much to my delight, Powell struck back at Trump.
We're likely,
Like we should all be doing. Let's see. Let me go back to the beginning here.
At this meeting. So, and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April after the March meeting that substantially higher tariffs were likely, and then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time, and what you see is an accumulation of individual assessments.
Yeah, I don't see what the big deal is with that comment. This is a Substack. They don't call them tweets. I forget what they call them, but it says here, this is a site or a Substack user called Democratic Wins Media. It says, breaking in a stunning moment, Fed Chair Jerome Powell just came out swinging, blaming Donald Trump for the slowing economy. Trump's tariffs are slowing growth and causing increased prices. This is a must watch. I'm sorry, it was so bland and understated that I didn't catch the explosiveness of this comment. So, maybe it's me.
I don't think it's that explosive. I think it's just economic
Stating
reality.
the obvious.
I think it's bullshit.
Now, look, when you
Trump tariffs did not increase global prices on economic goods. Come on, man, stop it.
Okay,
The only
hold
reason
on.
prices increasing is because of how the economy works. You ship a billion motherfuckers
hold
over
it.
here, you give them free
Hold
fucking
on.
government money,
Hold
and you
on.
letting the taxpayers
Hey,
of America pay for it.
Hey, Einstein, every price goes up or down due to how the economy works.
Yeah, it's called artificial inflation due to goddamn on mass immigration.
You know
Illegal
what? Now
immigration at that.
you're a nuclear waste expert, a theoretical physicist, and an economics expert. I'm impressed.
Man, I got it all. I got it all.
You know what? You could be the next Doctor Who.
I mean, I'm
Come
going
on,
to tell you
man.
right now. I mean, okay, listen. Right now, so the firm I'm with just instituted a price increase based on anticipated price increases from suppliers, which people raise prices when they're anticipating future costs will go up. So, like, we're issuing pricing for the next year for projects because in 9 months I might have to buy it, and if I'm anticipating higher prices in 9 months, I have to add a little bit of margin into that because I'm thinking, hey man, in 9 months these prices are going to be higher because of these tariffs. So a lot of times it's anticipated increases. Yes.
What happens if prices don't move? I mean, you just pocket the profit, right?
Yes, you'll pocket the profit, but it happens in both ways. So like, yeah, absolutely, you would pocket the profit, but you still have the inflation, right? But it also happens where you don't anticipate price increases, and all of a sudden, Iran and Israel go to war, and that affects oil prices like that day. Oh shit, oil's going to be more scarce. Prices are going to go up, right? So all of a sudden, all your prices go up, and you haven't built in a price increase, so you lose your ass. So it happens in both directions, where you can make extra money or lose extra money, based on just supply shocks. I mean, a lot of the COVID stuff was anticipated price increases or not predicting prices falling through the floor. Like oil companies in 2019 lost billions and then they made billions in the other direction the following year. So a lot of it's anticipated price shocks, So that's the way it works. But so look, you think prices are not going up because of anticipated tariffs? They are. They've already gone up in some sectors,
Right. Well, I mean, I know they're going to go up, but apparently, it's how the
look at
economy
oil.
works.
Look at gas right now. It's $3.25. Before Israel,
You know
Iran,
what?
it was
Actually,
$2.95.
where I live, gas is
Yeah.
only like $2.79. Believe that
Well,
or not.
I bet 2 weeks ago it was $2.50. Or
It's
I bet it was $2.50.
Trump isn't. It's
I don't
rare to
hold on one sec here. Let's see here. What somebody Slick Rick asked me about Tucker Carlson and what's his name? Ted Cruz. I did watch a little bit of the interview. I mean, I've read more about it than I watched. This is Jamel Bowie commenting on it. To be honest, I don't even need to hear what he has to say. It's obviously, a rift between, the Bannon folks who don't want a war and the guys who are more neocon. So, it's not like rocket science. And then one last thing, because this is for Portia, a Texas girl. And then I also have someone who is in Kenya. There's another YouTube creator. This Texas girl is doing a gardening channel. And then I found a Kenyan girl who's doing a gardening channel, and found it kind of fascinating that they both intersect, around places that Portia hangs out. Maybe you ought to do a gardening channel, Portia. So anyway, we'll watch this right quick, and this is going to be pretty much the last order of business. Actually, I do have a question for any women. Oh shoot. Hold on one second. Let me get to the right one. I have a question for the women in the audience. Now, this woman is outside in Texas working in her garden, and it looks like she's got on a wig of some sort and a hat. My question is, doesn't that really make you hot and sweaty having that, all that stuff on top of your head? Just curious, maybe somebody will know. So I'm eager to find out.
How long? And we planted
Oh
my
wait, hold it.
spring
And let me give you the
garden,
name of
and
this
the
young
town has
lady's channel. Let me go ahead and her channel is called Cotyledon Clay. And if you know what a cotyledon is, I think it's the like as soon as a seed opens, it like sprouts a little tail. I think that's the cotyledon. It's been a while since I've had high school biology, but let's have a look at what she says.
and we come for me to reap the benefits of all my efforts.
And I'm
And
gonna
y'all
have to
know I had to
skip
bring y'all
ahead.
along. My name is Drea. I am here in the Houston metro area on the Texas Gulf Coast on the border of zone 9A and 8B, where it's currently 90 plus degrees. So let's go.
I'm gonna skip ahead here.
I
I'll
am
skip
so
ahead of some
excited
music.
because I came out and a lot of blackberries are ready for picking. And this is my first year of having a true bumper crop of blackberries. Last year, the Primaganes did produce fruits. It wasn't that much. And what they did produce, the birds got them. And so this year, I did actually net them, and they are just doing fabulously. And so we're going to pick those. Did you just burrow you a little hole there near my blackberry plants, Ritz? This is the damage that little one did. He literally burrowed away for him to like lay down and expose my blackberry root plant. So I think he's staked this as his garden spot. It's shaded. I get it. Hot outside. But you can't be messing up the blackberries, Ritzy. But I love you, so it's okay. I feel like you really don't care even if it wasn't. I feel like you're owning it. You aren't ashamed. You didn't try to run. I can appreciate that.
Oh, I guess I need to skip over this part.
Plant. I think they were like blackberries, this many. This is probably like $50 worth of blackberries. And I don't even think I paid that much for like a single blackberry plant. I think they were like, less than $20. Worth it. Over here is an experiment. I'm doing a bunch of experiments with potatoes, but I had some leftover straw. And so I decided to try the root stout method of growing potatoes, which is where you surface sow potatoes on top of fertile soil. And then instead of burying it, you just top it off with straw. And it's supposed to like be the best thing ever. I honestly have not heard this being successful for anyone that lives in a warmer climate. I've seen this work well in gardens that are more temperate and cooler. But also when I've seen the people that have done it in warmer climates, it doesn't seem like they've done it right. So I decided to just try it myself since I had extra seed potatoes and extra straw. And so we'll see what we
Man,
get.
them look like
Then
them
here
Jewberry
we
we
have
used
my
to pick
charge
back in
of
the day. That's Stanley,
y'all.
man.
I
We used
could
to pick them
not
bad
keep
boy.
up with this plant. Like I have hacked this up almost till it's like bare. And each time it just
What kind of
multiplies
berries?
and multiplies in size. It looks like I didn't do anything to it. But like I said, this is a great plant,
Oh,
great
nothing.
green, especially if you live somewhere warm. This tolerates heat well here. It does slow down a bit during the summer, but it still puts out, and it tolerates our cold just fine. So this is all chard, y'all. And then over here, I have my strawberries,
Ooh.
which I have been picking to kind of get them before the bugs get them. These are second year plants, and I find that strawberries do better during their second year. As you can see, the fruits are like larger compared to how they were last year. They were very tiny. I'm gonna pick this one. This is like perfect. This is some borage. That's bee crack. I love growing borage. It is also edible. I never have tried it actually. It's edible. People say it has a cucumber taste, but I don't like cucumbers unless they're pickled, so I've never been motivated to actually try them. I grow them because they are a favorite of the bees, and they're also a host plant for a particular butterfly or moth. I can't remember the name of it. I will put it on the screen. And I just think they're gorgeous to look at. These are beautiful. And then this is basil that reseeded itself from last year. Basil is literally like a weed here. It is a weed that I do not mind having. It is everywhere. You can also see it growing on my ground floor here. There's some there, but I don't mind because I love basil. And this is like my in-ground kind of situation that I actually got from the Growing in the Garden channel with Angela. I got the idea. She actually does some in-ground vermicomposting, so with her worms. I was inspired by that, so I went to the dollar store and actually got this trash bin and buying some worms from a local worm farm. And what I do is I put the bedding at the bottom, which is usually either dry leaves or shredded paper, like cardboard and things like that. Then I put my worms in, and then I put some food scraps on top, and then I covered them with this straw. And that's worked out pretty well. It has eroded quite a bit, so I need to add some more food scraps. But so far, it's working out really well.
Let me make a note or say something to folks who don't usually come by the Stanley versus the World show. I tend to like to kind of counteract a lot of the negativity that comes around in these anti-black spaces. So, basically, I enjoy, seeing young people, be they black or otherwise, doing things that are actually positive. So, if you get bored, so be it. But, for an old folk like me, I'm 60, I enjoy seeing young people be productive. And you know what? I actually love gardening. So I'm willing to be bored to see someone actually doing something productive and, not being a crack hose stealing from Walmart. So enjoy.
Oh, and the plant actually ended up planting this tomato next to it, and it is very green. It is getting all the nutrients, I think, from the worm castings, which is just worm poop, which is right next to this plant. So really love this idea. I'll probably incorporate this in more beds in the future. So I have already over the past week been harvesting from this plant. And this is a Cherokee carbon. And I don't know who it was, but I remember someone saying that these weren't that productive and so they didn't really grow them. I found the opposite to be true. Like, this plant has been putting out so much so that the weight of the fruit actually broke the stem, it healed over, and continued to put out more fruit. And this is just one little area of the plant. Like, there are tomatoes, like clusters, all throughout here. Let me get to this side. Like, look at this, y'all. like all throughout. I will say something I did this year with my tomatoes, which seems to be pretty effective this year, knock on dirt, but they are all sandwiched in between herbs, like every turn. There's rosemary there. I think that's hyssop. I've got society garlic, basil. There are some spring onions over there. And then under here, I have this ground cover of oregano. And I have had minimal pest pressure. And so I think that might be a practice I do from here on out. So these ones here are actually new to me. I've never grown this variety before. And these are the bumblebee. They're cherry tomatoes. They are quite large for a cherry tomato. So really excited. So there's actually nothing wrong with these leaves, but they are starting to lighten up a bit. They're not as green as I would like them to be. And that's because as the plant has put on all of this beautiful green growth, it has started to deplete the soil of nitrogen. And so to help with that, I'm just going to apply an organic liquid fertilizer. I'm going to use fish fertilizer, which is a 511.
Yeah, actually, it's down in the Houston, Galveston area, somewhere in Texas. You know, it's funny you say that, Sin. In my, not the house I live in now, but the last house I lived in, the blackberry bushes also attract snakes for some reason. I've never been able to figure that out. I don't know, probably because birds feed on them. Maybe the snakes eat the birds. Maybe that's it.
Oh, okay.
Here's a Roselle hibiscus we planted about a week ago. It is already probably tripled in size. As a reminder for me, last year my Roselle hibiscus got 10 feet wide and almost 6 feet tall. So yeah, it's really putting out the growth. Like it was in a container. I started this from seed and it really wasn't doing anything. And as soon as I put it in its final resting place, it has exploded in growth. And it is next to my walking onions, which are walking this year. I learned that they don't walk the first year. They start walking the second year. So excited about that. And then just some random other stuff we have around here, but really excited.
Oh, so that's what that was. That was a blackberry bush.
Roselle jam.
I remember back when we was little, we used
that
to
won't be
call
for
them
fall.
Jewberries.
And this is a
I never
random
understood that.
pineapple top that I planted
Well,
from
now you
a
do.
pineapple from the grocery store. I actually have several in the refrigerator I need to plant. And it has started to put on new growth. So really excited. This will be my first time growing pineapple. From what I heard, it takes 2 years to actually grow. And I think you only get like one fruit. So I'm only just doing this when I buy pineapple. I'm just going to be planting them just sort of as an afterthought, but really excited about that. And my kale
She was like
is
Mickey
coming
Minaj.
along.
What the
This is
hell?
one that I keep picking and it just grows and grows. And I feel like every time I pick it, the leaves grow, they're bigger, even bigger than the last flush. Like this is literally huge. It's larger than my hand. So I'm not complaining because I do eat quite a bit of kale. And here is another variety of kale here, but I planted these in
Wonder
the
if
fall.
she uses it in
And
smoothies.
they have just trucked along. Here we have some rosemary. Rosemary just, no matter where I plant it, it just takes off. It does very well here. Here is kind of my like failure. So if you remember, this was where I had wintered over my eggplants, and every time it grew, something ate it and chopped it off. And like it did it like 5 or 6 times. And then finally, I think the eggplant was like, I give up, and it died back. So I do need to plant another eggplant because that is one of the plants that thrives in the heat when a lot of other things will die back, at least in the Texas heat. In case y'all are wondering what this is. So what I do, this is sort of my pollinator water bath / drinking fountain. So it's just a plantain kind of saucer. I put some gravel in it and then I'll fill it up with water. And I do it this way because with the gravel and just the heat, it'll evaporate. So mosquitoes and things can't lay their larvae in here. But it allows me to provide water. And this is my Tom. There's so many to cut. There's quite a bit of spiders in here, but the yellowing parts I need to cut off. But overall, my thyme is done fabulous. Got some random lettuce and another thyme plant that is doing fabulous. So we've had a ton of rain lately, so much so like last week, I think it rained almost every day. And so I wasn't able to get in my garden and actually like care for things. Squash is a tricky one because we have such high pest pressure. We have a high population of squash vine borers, squash bugs, leaf-footed bugs, cucumber beetles, flea beetles, all the things. Usually at a certain point, I just pull it all up. Yeah, it just is really difficult to grow in our area through the warmer months. So last year I had a really good experience growing a lot of my summer squash actually in the fall time when pest pressure is just generally a lot less. This has reminded me why I did that and will likely continue to do that year after year. These are the dreaded squash bug eggs, and I had no shortage of them in my garden. They're usually brownish, reddish / coppery in color, and they're usually laid in clusters as opposed to the squash vine borer eggs, which do look a bit similar to the squash bug eggs. However, they're more reddish and they tend to lay their eggs individually, which makes it hard to find them all and, get rid of them. However, either way, I use tape to remove the eggs from my squash plants, and then I just simply squash them.
I have never been able to get squash to grow more than maybe a good first yield. They, the leaves for some reason or another. The last time I grew them up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, you get one good crop and then they would just kind of die.
So this is another chaos gardening area of my garden. It's a bit of a construction zone. I'm trying to kill off all the grass and weeds over here so that I can create another area of the garden. But as you can see, dill readily reseeds itself all throughout my garden. You can see all these gorgeous dill flowers. And so it almost acts like a weed. I mean, it's called dill weed
Does she mean
for good
dill?
reason. But I'm going to harvest all these, as well as some of the ones that I know have gone to seed already, and freeze dry it to use for when I make my pickles.
Bet she makes one hell of a salad.
That's what's up, though.
So I think Mother Nature
Stanley,
is
you out here preparing America for the future, ain't you? I heard that shit. Teach them how to garden.
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of gardening channels on YouTube. Let's see.
I
This
had
is
one guy that was in Arizona, and he had built a garden. I used to watch him a lot, man. That dude had a garden, but he had he in Arizona growing, stuff that don't normally grow there. And he had his whole system set up to where the water filtration and the rain, he utilized everything in this. It was 100% completely, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, it was free.
Ashley, did she have to go to the hospital? Those things are pretty poisonous, especially, like the small ones, are as poisonous as the adults. What happened once she got once she got the copperhead unattached? Hopefully she went to the hospital, or let me know what happened. I am very curious. And while we wait for that answer, I'm going to play the last couple minutes of this video. Then I'm going to have to wrap it up because I'm going to wind up packing up and heading back home. So I probably will do a show tomorrow morning because there's some stories and videos that I didn't get to this morning. So sorry to have to wrap it up, but I'm down in Savannah visiting my father. It's his, yesterday was his birthday. So we'll play the last couple minutes. We will wait for Ashley's what happened to her granny, and then I'm going to wrap it up and say goodbye. And before I do that, everybody please make sure you hit the like button on both channels. Make sure, if you're new to the channel especially, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Don't know what John's plans are. I think I saw a show scheduled for later today. So
Hey,
stay
Stanley,
tuned
why
for
you
that.
don't never drop your link to your channel in the chat for the audience?
I just generally say it's Stanley Cross 6000.
Oh, you should drop a link though. Some
Okay.
people lazy.
Portia says she's going to be doing a show today in a couple hours. So
Already,
y'all stay tuned for that. I'll probably be on the road, but who knows? Maybe
we can
you'll
go
still
watch
be on
Israel
when I
get
get.
bombed.
Maybe
Israel,
you'll
Iran.
still,
I want to see that shit.
maybe Portia will still be going by the time I get off the road. So John goes live. I won't go live until later, but I'll. Yeah, you're right. Stanley's channel is only for fans of Stanley. I agree with you, Clue. So I assume you're you're subscribed. Let's see. Ashley says that my grandpa took the head off of the snake, and yes, they went immediately to the hospital. It was quite a recovery, and she had 2 big fang mark scars. Damn. Wow. Well, I'm glad, he was able to get her there real quick. That was quick thinking. I don't know that I would have thought to just cut the head off. So your grandfather's a hero. Yeah, I've copperheads are really annoying. They're everywhere.
Nah, we got them black mambas and things down here, man. Oh Lord, cottonmouth, that's the damn thing.
That's an interesting
Man,
thing.
I was out there picking them
babies.
weeds out my fence the other day, trying to get all the weeds off my fence, off the gate I got. Man, I was cutting my hand on some of this stuff, man. I'm trying to get them weeds out though, because I think it's killing them trees, and I'm scared this tree gonna die on the inside. It's gonna just fall into my house. So I'm killing up all the weeds.
Roller skater, that's an interesting point. I never really thought that far into it. And I don't call little snakes babies. That's making them much cuter than I think they are. And John Sin says John has a plan to change Johnny Boy's life starting this week. Yeah, well, that's nice to hear. Let me know how it turns out. Cottonmouth is the same type of snake as a copperhead. That I did not know. I know water moccasins. Oh yeah, I've heard of 2 different stories about being my father-in-law and his brother years ago were in a boat, and they were under some overhanging branches, and one just kind of dropped into the boat, and they jumped out. So I don't hate snakes. I'm certainly not afraid of them, but I just have never thought to call baby snakes babies. I just call them little snakes. So anyway, let's just watch the rest of this, and then I will be heading on
So
out.
Stanley, you ain't never had to kill a snake?
I've had to take them from indoors to outdoors, non-poisonous snakes. I had a friend in college who had a pet boa, but no, I don't think I've ever had to kill one. I mean, I would, if I have a hoe, I know what to do with the hoe.
But I'm going to show you a B-roll of all we harvested today at the end of this video. If you have not already seen the video where we actually started this garden, where have you been? I'm going to link it below. Y'all already know the deal. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell. And remember, every black thumb ripens to green, and it all just starts with a seed.
Oh my Lord. Well, I'll go ahead and end that there. You know what? I watched a video. My nephew was watching a video of this outdoor guy. There's a YouTube show called The Outdoor Boys. He lives, I think they live in Alaska, but they go all over the country doing outdoor stuff. They had an episode where they were in Florida hunting the boas. I forget what species of boa constrictor they are, but they're an invasive species. So there are companies out there that they'll guide you on a boa constrictor hunt, back up in the mangroves. So they did find a snake. It was about 10 feet. It was a boa, and they euthanize them. So, if you're ever down in Florida and feel like hunting snakes, there are organized hunting trips for them, and you get to keep the skin. And actually, you can.
Well, back in the day, you know what we used to do? We used to get those little pressure sprayers and fill them with antifreeze and put them down the hole of the snake. Like the snakes, they dormant in the summertime, like in the hot summertime, they're boring in a little hole, and we'll just spray antifreeze down them while they sleep.
Well, you are Mr. Environmentally friendly. I used to have a neighbor who used to kill off weeds with diesel fuel. And I told him, what the hell are you doing? Well, the problem is we were up in the mountains and everybody's on a well up there. There was no city water. So why on earth are you doing everything with diesel, to get down into the aquifer and stuff? So, I hope I stopped him from doing that. I'm not a tree hugger, but I do like clean water. Now, this dude grew up on the mountain. He was like in his 60s. So, he was kind of set in his ways. But
that's
anyway,
what they do, Stanley. They use oil, they use diesel, they use vinegar.
They use vinegar. I don't have a problem. The vinegar I don't have a problem with, but the petroleum products. If you're on a well, that's crazy. So anyway, folks, I'm gonna have to wrap this up. J-Dub, it's good seeing you. Too bad you're catching the tail end. I should be back on tomorrow morning around 5 in the morning, and I'll do a longer show because I don't have anything lined up for tomorrow as of now. So I enjoyed it, everybody. Ryan and Snake, thanks for coming up on the panel. And 12th Man was up here earlier. I apparently ignored him so much he decided to leave. But so
he must have
audience,
had no animals using diesel as a what they call it?
No, he had dogs.
And he was using diesel. Oh, that dude.
Well, you know what? Like I said, he was an old timer. So, I had to turn him a little bit greener than he was. That's funny. Well, that's okay. Nightish does do that every now and again. He'll redirect people over to the John Galt channel, probably just to have people come over here and find out that they're not missing that much. Nightish, I don't think Nightish is my biggest fan, though. I mean, he keeps doing it in the morning, so maybe he does, kind of like the, I do straight news, and my shtick on Stanley versus the World is pretty much news, culture, politics, and a lot of mocking of MAGA and the anti-black blacks. Yeah, he is cool when I can keep him awake. Sometimes he's been on this panel before and fallen asleep, J-Dub. So, but Nightish is, or actually anybody's welcome to come up on the panel. Nightish is always welcome in these parts on Stanley versus the World. And y'all come back. You know, this is pretty much what I do. It does get a little more exciting sometimes, but I try and keep it at least positive, or at least relatively positive. You know, to counterbalance the CTs and the Be Braves of the world. So that is that. So I enjoyed it. I will see everybody tomorrow morning, and make sure you have a good day. And Portia, hopefully I'll be able to catch your show. I haven't seen you on a show in a while, so I'll stay tuned to that. So talk to y'all later. Y'all come back. Now you're here.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.